our distinguished guests, I would like to announce the arrival of the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Jessica Alupo. Oh, thank you for that acknowledgement. And we had problems with maybe with the sound, so I did not even acknowledge the presence of the Chief Justice, His Lordship, Alphonse Owiny-Dollo is with us. The Vice President, you are most welcome to this function. I just love this. I just love the women's show. The Vice President, the Minister for Ethics and Integrity, the IGG, the two deputies, the IGG, Banank. President kyatuwadde leero, kyatukoze. Hey. Yeah, you are most welcome, Your Excellency, the Vice President. Yeah, the Chief Justice, at the time you arrived, I really wanted to acknowledge your arrival, but something went wrong with the system, but you're most welcome, Your Lordship. Once again, I welcome the Minister of State, Ethics and Integrity, Honorable Akelo Rose Lili. And I would like also to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Chief of Defense Forces, General Charles Eruelu. You're welcome, sir. In our midst, we also have the members of the diplomatic corps. We have the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Her Excellency Mrs. Susan Mary Namanda. We have the representative from USAID, Mr. Tim Stein. And we have the head of component from the GIZ, Mr. Aina Fo. Since this is the day of the anti-corruption agencies, let me also recognize Mr. Stephen Katerega, Assistant Auditor General, Accounting Officer, then Dr. Maxwell Ongetho, Director, Technical Services, Office of the Auditor General, then Mrs. Gloria Namugera, Head of Communications, Office of the Auditor General, and Mrs. Mamtaz Ismail, Manager, Stakeholder Engagement, and Professor Mesak Katsime, Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, Kabale University. You are most welcome. We acknowledge the presence of all our distinguished guests here. We are commemorating the International Anti-Corruption Day under the theme, Promoting Active Citizen Participation in Social Accountability. Yes, it is true, we have got these agencies working very hard, putting policies together, putting strategies together, including the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity that puts across zero tolerance to corruption. Corruption has not yet come down to zero, but that is what we are working at right now, because right from September up to now, we have been having activities, a campaign against corruption, making people aware about the evils of corruption and trying to get ways of combating it. Yeah, Your Excellency, the Vice President, we acknowledged that corruption was something that was identified as an evil in Uganda right from the Bush days. When the minimum program was made, the 10-point program, corruption was one of the key things that was to be fought. Point number 7 says elimination of corruption and abuse of power. Later on, when we got that 15-point program after deep analysis and research, this one was enhanced, this point was enhanced, say that not only eliminating, but even strengthening those agencies that fight corruption, like the Inspectorate of Government. Actually, the NRM government was the one that put up the Inspectorate of Government for the first time in Uganda. And according to the 15-point program, that institution had to be strengthened. The Office of the DPP and the Criminal Investigations Department, the Uganda Police Force, all those and others had to be strengthened. And during the campaign, the manifesto, the NRM manifesto, also pointed out that these institutions will be strengthened. No wonder there is a lot of activity going on, because that manifesto must be implemented. And in order to implement that manifesto, there is a lot of strengthening of those institutions, a lot of mobilization, and even ICT, so that instead of people handling issues one-on-one with physical contact, at least they use the IT, so that maybe there is no physical contact. Well, these deals, why is it that we still have corruption up to now? When citizens participate in reporting, in not being intimidated, honestly, sometimes the people are intimidated so that they don't say what they have seen. If we are confident enough to report cases of corruption, and if we say no to corruption, and if we say we are also moving by zero tolerance to corruption, we shall do well. We shall do well. I think when we are commemorating this kind of, on an occasion like this, that is what we are telling people. That is the message that we are giving people. If corruption has been identified among us, the seniors, we would like to have the next generation corruption-free. That is why the youth are participating. That is why there were debates in the various institutions of learning. That is why people have come up with poems, people have come up with skits. Those are the youth. Those are the people we want to have a generation that is corruption-free. So I wish it could work. And from today, from the messages that we are going to get from the various speakers, I know it will work. His Excellency the President has really led this crusade. I remember when he had just come to office in 1986, he used to go around, he went around the whole nation talking about this. But you know, people's hearts hide many things. You talk about this today, what they do is under the table. You may not see what is under the table. And then sometimes you may not even realize that the person at point X is the one who is corrupt, and yet corruption started from point A. There is this syndicated kind of corruption. And if corruption is identified among the justice and law sector, then where shall we go? Therefore, we would like to have a corrupt-free judiciary, corrupt-free security, corrupt-free parliament, and every sector corrupt-free. I know Uganda is going to shine. Then we shall have the implementation of our Uganda Vision 2040. Then we shall have service delivery at 100%. Then we shall not have people crying in our villages that there is no service delivery. Mumanyi bino bye batugamba. President Museveni tuyambe. Government tuyambe. Those are the things that people are crying about. But let them not just cry. Report. We are telling them to stop crying. Instead of crying, report. If you know that somebody has stepped on your toes, report. Report that person. So we are just encouraging people to report. So on the commemoration day like this, we are encouraging people, all the citizens of Uganda, to come on board, and together we fight corruption. Thank you. Please enjoy the function. May we have some music. But at the same time, I would like to thank the Prisons Band, because they have kept us really in the mood, including the mood of Christmas. Well done. But we can have the DJ also give us some music. Thank you. Excellencies, the diplomats, we are going to have some entertainment. We have got our singer, composer, Mr. Diplok Segawa. He's going to give us a number as we wait for His Excellency the President. However, before he comes on, I would like to announce that when His Excellency the President comes, he will be received by Her Excellency the Vice President, His Lordship the Chief Justice, the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Honorable Minister of Ethics and Integrity, the Honorable IGG, and the 3 service chiefs, CDF, IGP, and the Commissioner General of Prisons, that is, the Chief of Defense Forces, the Inspector General of Police, and the Commissioner General of Prisons. They are the ones who are going to receive His Excellency the President when he comes. And I remember when I was introducing General Erweru, I said General Charles Erweru, but he's Peter. The Deputy Chief of Defense Forces, General Erweru, is Peter, not Charles. So can we now have Mr. Segawa, Diplok, please take to the stage as we wait for His Excellency the President.
To never take away the cancer. I say talking about corruption to never take away the misery. We've got to act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. We've got to act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. Talking about corruption to never take away the cancer. I say talking about corruption to never take away the misery. We've got to act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. We've got to act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. Talking about independence to never lift our standards of living. Hear me talking about independence to never lift our standards of living. We've got to act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. We've got to act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. Talking about a poverty will never bring manna from heaven. I say talking about a poverty will never bring manna from heaven. We've got to act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. We've got to act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. Talking about global unity will never bring peace, just like a miracle. I say talking about global unity will never bring peace, just like a miracle. We've got to act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. We've got to act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. about democracy to never bring progress like a miracle. No, no, talking about democracy to never bring progress like a miracle. We've got to act, act, act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. We've got to act, act, act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. We've got to act, act, act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. We've got to act, act, act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. We've got to act, act, act. Now we've got to act and save a nation. We've got to act, act, act. Now we've got to act and save a nation.
Thank you, Mr. Diprok Segawa and the team. Yes, we should act now to save the nation. Now, this one makes me think of the theme of the NRM manifesto, securing your future. We must act now to secure our future. Can we have some music from the DJ? But as the DJ prepares the music, I would like to request the people who are sitting very far to extend to the front chairs. And at the same time, I would like to appeal to you that keep your masks on. Let each one of us keep our masks on.
Slim girl, you know. Oregon.
Please occupy the chairs in front of you. Keep your mask on and keep social distance. The chairs are socially distanced. So even if you want to talk to someone, when you have not seen somebody for a long time, like to move, but keep the chairs. Remember, the Ministry of Health has told us that another wave has entered the country, but we could still, if we that is also an option. That is more of a claim. Therefore, let us be careful. Thank you. Our distinguished guests, I appreciate in our midst we have the Minister for the Presidency, Honorable Miri Babalanda. You're most welcome. Yes, I know she has been here, but I have just cited her. But you're most welcome, Honorable, and you're on the list of those who are going to receive His Excellency the President, of course. Yes, Honorable. Thank you. We can continue with the music. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellencies, the distinguished guests, I have a small story about corruption. There was a gentleman who was working with refugee children, and he used to take off some money which was meant for the refugees, for the children, and pay fees for his son. This boy did very well, and he graduated and started working. When he started working, he started getting bad dreams about children always coming after him. Children coming after him in his dreams. Until he went to his pastor and said, "What is all this?" Then when they were praying, the pastor asked him, "Have you ever worked with children?" He said, "No." "Has your father ever worked with children?" He said, "Yes." He said, "Then this is it. Your father must have done something with the children, with the children's money." So he says, "What do I do?" He said, "Now, whatever you are getting, make sure you take care of children." So he had to start taking care of the children, and the bad dreams went off. We don't know what effect corruption can have on our future generations. You may steal a lot of money, you may embezzle, you may divert, and have your luxurious life, but it is going to have an impact on your children. And the children might suffer and they will not know where it has come from. I'm getting this one from the experience of that story. Now, there is something I've been explaining to people. When somebody comes to offer you a bribe, it is a beginning of something very serious on your conscience, especially if it is the first time that a bribe is given to you. When you resist it, I explain it like this. Actually, I've been telling people that it is like your conscience is like when the clock is reading midday. When the clock is reading midday, both hands are together, which means that your conscience is still intact. By the way, I explained it to somebody who was trying to give me a bribe. I explained it to him. I said, you know, when you give a bribe to someone, that the minute hand and the hour hand are together, like midday. And when you accept a bribe, it means the minute hand starts moving. When it moves, then you will never do any work until you are given a bribe. And it reaches a point when it comes like 1:30, you even start soliciting a bribe. So I said, in order to keep your conscience clear, let it remain at midday. Otherwise, your conscience is going to be interfered with, and you'll be unscrupulous all the way. You start even soliciting for a bribe. So that is something I have been teaching people. I hope they learn. Can we have some music? I've given you two things. I've given you a story, and I've also given you some Kalito lesson. Thank you. Can we have some music? Thank you. And can I conclude this as I concluded it? Actually, I had forgotten how I had concluded it. I said, when you are receiving a bribe or giving a bribe, remember there is an invisible eye that is looking at you. There is an invisible eye. And remember, at the end of the day, that is the eye that you are going to look at the next phase of your life. The Creator is looking at you. What kind of accountability will you give to the Creator when you have done what you're not supposed to have done? Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, there has been a question that what causes corruption? Maybe if we went to that one, we would actually get to its roots and uproot it. What causes corruption? If I asked that question, if we were in a classroom situation, I'm sure each one of you would give me a cause, a different one. Some people say it is poverty, but actually it is from the poor that people extort money because they are desperate. Now, for example, they may fear to go to court because they don't know how to access justice, and then somebody in the middle there tells them, well, I can do it for you. And that is a poor person. It is not poverty. That one is even fear and lack of knowledge. Then I would say it is also peer pressure. You see, somebody has got something nicer which you don't have. You try to work hard to get it, and you might fall into temptation. But it does not mean that if you work really hard, you cannot get there. That is why I think it was the theme of our independence anniversary this year that we should change our mindset and we should work hard. Working hard and the change of mindset was put in the, I think it is forward by His Excellency the President in the Uganda Vision 2040. There should be a change of mindset, and also there should be hard work if we have to achieve what we would like to achieve. But we should stop this business of, I should get there as quickly as possible, because the person who got there might have gone through a very long journey. So this one is it's maybe a caution to the young people. And at the same time, we have been locked into our professionals, our professions. And then we don't even work out other skills. That one would give us a lot of money. Now that we have got IT, there is a lot of transaction online, especially for the young people. We still have a lot from which we can get honest money. And there is also something like somebody laughing at you. They say you have been working all this time, but you don't have A, B, C, D, E. So if you actually look at yourself and you say, I think I've lost time, that one can push you there. And at the same time, people who have extorted money and got rich are applauded. They say, now, look at the other one. You are working together. He or she has got a BCDE, but you don't have it. You know? So there is applause to the people who have extorted money. So which means that we are saying corruption is okay, which is not fine. Therefore, let us learn to work hard. Let us learn to earn honest living. And let us learn to be content with what we have. Our distinguished guests, may I take the honor to recognize the presence of some of our distinguished guests whom I had not yet recognized. We have Honorable Mwebesa Francis, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We have Honorable Miri Babirye Babalanda, Minister of Presidency. And then we have the Ministers of State, Honorable Bahati David, Minister of State for Industry. Then Honorable Grace Freedom, Minister of State in the Office of the Prime Minister for Northern Uganda. I know Honorable Grace has got another name in the middle there. Somebody has avoided it, but it's a beautiful name. Then we have Honorable Rose Lili Akelo, Minister of State Ethics and Integrity. Then Honorable Victoria Rusoke, Minister of State for Local Government. Honorable Mugasa Grace Mary, Minister of State Public Service. And we have Honorable Dr. Sam Mayanja, Minister of State Lands. You are most welcome. Sorry, I was even saying that, I had said that if I don't recognize you, it means that I have not been informed that you are here. Then we have Honorable Ntabazi Harriet, Minister of State for Trade. I know that when His Excellency the President comes, maybe you will be introduced in a special way so that he knows that you are here. Thank you for the effort that you have made to be at this function. This is a function that is going to take us very far in the fight against corruption and improvement in service delivery and ushering us into the middle income status as the people of Uganda. Let us love Uganda. Let us love our country. Let us build Uganda through fighting corruption. Thank you. Can we have some music, please? DJ?
Our dam is in the final stages of construction in Adilang Sub-County, Agago District, northern Uganda. This is a 74 million shilling project to support the local community access water for domestic and livestock use under the Northern Uganda Social Action Plan, NUSAF 3. Today, a team from the Inspectorate of Government is at the site as part of its inspection and monitoring mandate of NUSAF 3 sub-projects under the Strengthening Transparency, Accountability and Anti-Corruption STARC component. There have been complaints about anomalies in the implementation of this sub-project.
The issue here is how much money should have been used on equipment. Initially, it's 70% labor, 30% equipment, but it was actually waived. That condition was waived, and according to NUSAF engineer, the person in charge, it was supposed to be 50-50. On the ground here, we're saying that it is 80% used for equipment. The other problem which was here was issues of how the procurement was done, that the procurement process did not follow the community procurement guidelines, which is actually approved under NUSAF. So we came in to try to find out. We have engaged the community. They have told us what happened. From the engagement, we can actually see there were some irregularities which occurred, but the detail of which we think our investigation team, which would conduct this investigation, within really a week, we should be having a full report of this, will actually inform us of actually what irregularity occurred.
After investigations were finalized, the anomalies were rectified and the dam was completed. The dam is just one of the 13,000 NUSAF 3 sub-projects which the Inspectorate of Government has to inspect and monitor to verify their existence, ensure accountability and value for money in their implementation. Strengthening transparency, accountability and anti-corruption STARC component is based on the principles of preemptive action, participation, quick detection, quick action. These were fully embedded in NUSAF 3 projects right from the design stage and throughout its implementation.
If you do not put in reliable control in a project implementation, then the likelihood that the project may be derailed by people who have personal interest would be higher. And therefore, in this case, there are discussions with the IG, and IG will give inputs what should be put in place to make sure this project implemented well and the objectives are achieved. What we normally do is one, look at the project implementation manuals and make sure that they are really tight to minimize or eliminate any corruption. We look at the project guidelines and also make sure they are tight. Then we also make sure that there are structures which are actually part of the project implementation, which is specifically to guide against corruption and lack of transparency.
Transparency also, we wanted the people, the communities to know the process. From this step, there is the next step. This is how we generate a project. This is how it is appraised. This is how we receive the technical input. This is how it is approved. This is how it is financed. This is how we buy the inputs. That process must be clear. Why? Because in the past, our people have been really removed from being part of processes of programs. They are normally considered beneficiaries. And they just wait for the goats to be distributed, for the oxen to be given to them by RDC or the cow or the chairman. Now, in NUSAF, because it is a community demand-driven program, we center all the operations on the people themselves. And so they have to know the processes. And this component of STARC helps us to be upfront on the processes so that we don't have any problems.
In executing its mandate of inspection and monitoring, the Inspectorate of Government holds meetings with district political leaders and technical teams to review progress in the implementation of the various government-funded activities. And quite often, the Inspectorate provides advice on the way forward as in the case of non-payment of suppliers in Arua, which may cause government considerable loss.
The money was sent here to actually pay for inputs like seeds and agricultural inputs like the oils, maybe cattle, which were being bought under the South. Fortunately, the supplies were delivered to the community. So the community were able to implement the project. The problem was payment for those inputs which had been delivered. Now we made recommendations that government, the ministry, working with the district, working with OPM, should find funds to pay the supplier. And I was told up to now the supplier has not been paid. I was also told the supplier has gone to court, has sued the district inclusive. It is very unfortunate because through that route, we are not only going to lose the 450 million, but there is going to be additional cost.
As a result of the recommendations by the IG, the issue of non-payment was resolved out of court. Meetings of the Inspectorate of Government with district officials are also platforms for the Inspectorate of Government to sensitize districts on enhancing transparency, accountability, and anti-corruption in the implementation of government projects. This has helped change attitudes of local governments, which were very negative towards the Inspectorate of Government.
It's amazing. I ever visited one of the municipalities in Eastern Region, and the mayor, the town clerk, the councillors, heads, they all hid. And we remained alone with my officers until we left. Actually, some media houses captured it. But today, that does not happen. We interact freely with local government officials, central government. They see us not just as a whip holding institution, but also a partner. And they know that our aim is not, our participation in these projects is not just punitive, but corrective. And then it's not even, it's not majorly investigative or a fact finder, but our role is partnering and with the communities to ensure that their welfare improves and that not a single shilling is not accounted for.
Sensitization and awareness creation by the Inspectorate of Government includes building capacity of NUSA-3 beneficiary communities to be able to participate effectively in the utilization of their sub-project resources.
For the social structures we put in there, the community management committees, the community procurement committees, the community monitoring groups, all these are part of ensuring that the processes are in their hands and they know what to do. This is transparency, that there is wide participation. We wanted this component to help us open the book of this project, that this project is unpacked in front of everybody, and all hands are on deck to make all the citizens, the civil society, the leaders at the lower levels, and at high levels, the members of parliament, the district officials, participate in their specific roles. This is how we thought and conceptualized the aspect of transparency in this project.
Key among the functions of the Inspectorate of Government under STOCK was the verification of beneficiaries, a task which often required site visits to establish the number and identity of the true beneficiaries whenever complaints were raised, as in the case of some sub-projects in Chiandongo, where funding had to be withheld.
We have come to make sure to check and make sure that the people who are on record as beneficiaries do exist,
And immediately we do that, we are going to give instructions for the people who we have found that the money must be released immediately.
Everyone can kubuli abantu bonapa sadi kunyo kula IDG sadi takali ya pedi katumai lazima sente hizo katibechi era jakuvaya.
After verification and resolution of anomalies, funding was restored and the sub-projects allowed to go ahead.
These are the projects which today we are commissioning. We are very grateful to the IG. Otherwise, the district was going to lose this money and the community was going to lose this money. We are so grateful.
The Inspectorate of Government developed a wide range of information, education and communication materials to promote strengthening transparency, accountability and anti-corruption. The mass media, especially radio, has also been instrumental in sensitizing and creating awareness in the general population through many talk shows sponsored by the IG, estimated to have reached over 10 million people.
This will extend to not only NUSAF, the NUSAF program, but to all other government projects, so that awareness on the role of the citizen will not be confined to NUSAF. It has now become a culture which will forever stay with the Wananchi.
As part of efforts to boost citizen engagement and participation of stakeholders, the Inspectorate of Government established parish-level community monitoring groups, CMGs, to ensure effective participation and monitoring of government-supported projects and, through open dialogue, identify and respond to grievances in the implementation of government projects. The process to establish CMGs began with the sensitization and briefing of district leaders to ensure that they understood the roles of the community monitors and supported them to be effective.
The community monitoring group, I would say, was the engine of STARK. It's the engine of STARK. Their contribution is much bigger than anybody else, because these are the people who stay at the point where projects are being implemented. They are there on a daily basis. They monitor on a daily basis, and they actually resolve a lot of issues, which would have led to government spending a lot of money, because some of the complaints would have come to the Inspector of Government. But these people, because of their training, they were able to resolve many of the complaints. They themselves, many of the complaints they had to bring in the lower level of government authorities to resolve them. And few complaints were now sent up, which they could not handle, for instance, those dealing with prosecutions.
Communities were guided to select 2 people from each village to form a parish community monitoring group. The Inspectorate of Government engaged various NGOs doing community work to train the community monitors using the Community Response to Enhance Transparency and Accountability Manual.
We bring 2 people from every village, and these 2 people make 18 people at the parish level, and we train the 18 people to monitor government programs within their locality, not outside. So you find that every day of their life they are monitoring, they are seeing what's going on. And I think this is a very good strategy, because when they know where to start from, when they know that even when they go to the local authorities and they don't be supportive, they can run to a civil society which can run to the inspectorate. So I think this is a very good project, and it really should be promoted.
We just don't train, we train them and we keep on following up with the work they're doing. We receive monitoring reports from them, and we see these reports. What can we handle as a CSO in partnership with the different district leaders, and what do we need to refer to Inspectorate of Government for more investigation and further handling.
Collaboration between the IG and civil society organizations and the STARK has significantly improved working relations with government officials and enhanced service delivery.
Previously, CSOs would also look at government and people were corrupt, what, and so on. But also government was not trusting much the CSOs. But when we started this working relationship, we had to understand each other's challenges, and the convergence point was very clear. And then, right now, we can work jointly. Today, when we are doing monitoring of public service delivery, we do jointly. We engage the RDC, we engage the COW, we engage the mayor, we engage the DISO, DPC, and we move in one car and go and monitor a health unit. Okay? If it is a health unit, DHO is also on board. If it is roads, we also go with the engineer. And then decisions are made from that point.
The training, which benefited over 150,000 community monitors, significantly changed their attitude towards government projects and helped them appreciate their role as active participants.
Training engage, training engage, nyegiramu okumanya ugayo bwanje kumuntu ako ndenda kumanya ugayo bwanje kumuntu konko ugayo bwanje hati mbwetegerize ako twe twatijyaho twara amateko munga takumanya okutukijina konka hatiya kuba training ningetegereze.
In 2019 in Miria, there was a contractor engaged by the Masini District Local Government to supply goats worth 21 million to the community of Miria. Now, this contractor supplied goats in November 2019 of poor quality that were against the POQs. Now, the community reported these issues to their leaders in the village now, who are community monitoring groups. When the community monitoring groups now sat at the parish level, they went back and verified these issues, and they resolved that we are not going to take on these goats. We went to Miria sub-county, had a meeting, and it was resolved the goats be rejected, and the RDC gave the contractor up to Feb 2020 to have supplied goats in line with BOQ, which the contractor did. Feb 2020, the new goats with high quality were resupplied.
The community monitoring groups have helped raise various red flags in the implementation of NUSAF 3, including cases of malpractice in the distribution of oxen and ox plows by group leaders.
The NUSAF research projects here were being misused, wherein leaders of the area, including the LC chairperson, the district councillor, the sub-county councillor, some LC ones, became members of the sub-projects. And when the group bought the animals and the oxen, they were distributed. But during the distribution, it also went beyond benefiting that each other member would actually expect to benefit. These leaders involved themselves in all the three groups. And the three groups, each of them gave them one oxen. In the end, they ended up with having 3 oxen, from picking each from the 3 groups. Because these leaders took 3 animals from the 3 groups, some of the members who were supposed to benefit from these animals end up missing out. If the CMDs had been compromised, then they wouldn't get this information. When they bought them, I think they spent a few days with the leaders of the groups. Then they arranged for a meeting to distribute them. But immediately they distributed the animals, and the CMDs saw things were not going well. They are not being equitably distributed, and then the leaders are taking most of the biggest share actually of the resources. They reported.
We emphasize quick detection and quick action to make sure that the projects, the resources are not lost, the project is on course. If there is anything, and it has been very rare, we normally also bring in the hands of Inspector of Government, which is enforcement. So we do investigations and prosecution when necessary.
Vigilance of community monitors in Lira City led to the recovery of over 12 million shillings embezzled by a group chairman who had individually procured less road construction materials than what was prescribed in the bill of quantities.
everything was brought less. So after we come in as community, as CMGs, we linked up with IG office Lera branch. District engineer came and said, BOQ is talking of 16 culverts. You tell us where the 6 culverts are. Everything is less, everything is less. After that, the chairperson went to his home. He went and pulled out the balance. It was around 12,500,000 that was missing. So he went and bring back that money. After bringing that back that money, he gave the money to the treasurer. Then he resigned that very day. He resigned.
Another group chairman in Soroti district failed to give accountability for 8 million shillings he claimed to have used to procure tree seedlings without involving the community procurement committee.
Now when he asked for the accountability, he failed to give the accountability to the group. He failed even to give the accountability to the NUSAF desk. But we battled it until we had to go up to the IG's office, we reported the matter to police. He failed to give us the accountability. Then now we resolved as a group that there is still money in the bank, and most of the people have not benefited out of the beneficiaries. So we went ahead to the COW's office, to the RDC's office, and the IGG and the NUSAF desk. Then they authorized us and they give us authority to go and pick the balance of the money so that the other members would also benefit from the what? From the sub-project.
We have been able to sort out over 300 cases of suspected corruption at all levels. We have been able to have people refund money whenever they have been, accused and found and investigated by the IGG. We've been able to find people disciplined, whether it is community facilitators or desk officers of the district. This was absolutely powerful in ensuring that we eliminate the mountain and the elephant of corruption in a project like this.
Community participation in monitoring implementation of government projects, as demonstrated by Stark.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, I would like to request that we first have a break from the testimonies, and we have some entertainment. We have got our young people who have been competing among themselves, and they have come up with some messages. So, pardon, may I call upon Douglas Mabirizi. He was at Nkozi University. He was a guild president there, a very active person. He has been working with the Inspectorate of Government in this anti-corruption crusade, now working very closely with the anti-corruption unit in State House. He has a message. Mr. Mabirizi.
Wano twandibadde twayitawo naye tulina ebitulemeze mabega Dr. Mulwadde gw'oyitako omujjanjaba kiki ky'ovaako amazima nafande yandinyambye ekisibita ate takyakina ne kkooti etuula nkya omulamuzi mugambe ntya kuvaayo n'oyogera waliwo ky'otaasa eddoboozi ly'ozibira kituuse mabega katukyogereko olwaleero no to corruption. Malutalo range nawe. And say no to corruption. Now we get it for Ralero. And say no to corruption. We get it for nawe. And say no to corruption. Say atuwati deko atutele deo ebitwongera ewalala abavubuka mutesa mutya zengamba tukwatiremu ekintu tukivuge tutya kura Uganda eyenkya Muzeyi songa mbele banaffe tukuvugirako songa mbele banaffe tukuvugirako katuchogereko olwaleero and say no to corruption emabega dokita omulwadde gw'oyitako omujjanjaba kiki ky'ovaako amazima nafande yandinyambye ekisibitadde takyakina ne kooti etuula nkya omulamuzi mugambe ntya kuvaayo n'oyogera waliwo kyotaasa eddoboozi ly'ozibira kituuse emabega katukyogereko olwaleero and say no to corruption tuno olutalo lwange naawe and say no to corruption naawe kyogereko olwaleero and say no to corruption kyogereko nze naawe and say no to corruption.
Yeah, I think that is right on the theme. Yeah, I would like to see that I can read from the atmosphere that His Excellency the President is about to be here. I'm reading it from the atmosphere. You know, there is that aura that comes. When he's about to come, something happens in the air. And I have started reading it. I think you are reading it with me. Eh? Are you reading it with me? He's about to arrive. Therefore, let us be steady. When we used to do athletics, we would say, on your marks, get set. Now we are on get set. So, again, I would like to welcome all of you. Thank you really for making time to come to this function and all the efforts that you have put in. So once again, when His Excellency arrives here, he will be received by Her Excellency, the Vice President. You know, I like saying that one, Her Excellency, the Vice President, you know. Then His Lordship, the Chief Justice. Hey, listen to this one also. The Honorable Minister for the Presidency is also Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. The Honorable Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity. The Honorable IGG. Yeah. So those must be getting ready to receive him when he arrives here, plus the 3 service chiefs. The Seed Commissioner General of Prisons also represented, and the Inspector General of Police also represented. So we have those service chiefs, we shall just say the CDF, IGP, and see, I'm not used to saying that one in abbreviation. The Commissioner General of Prisons is CGP. Am I right? The CGP. So please get in the mood of receiving His Excellency the President. My name is Alice Muwanguzi. For those who don't know me, my name is Alice Muwanguzi. I've been working as Assistant Director of Ceremonies for today. The moment the dignitaries receive the President, I am going to hand over to the Director of Ceremonies, who is Dr. Patricia Achan Okiria. Aha. Have you also seen? Yeah, I heard. I could, as soon as VIP, yeah. Dr. Patricia Achan Okiria is Deputy Inspector General of Government. She's one of them. We have two of them, and both of them are ladies, you know. Yes. Yes, the president knows who can fight corruption. Of course, the men also fight corruption, Bambi. But this time around, you know, the other time he said it was Kisanja hakuna mchezo. This time he said, Katonda jali, Aira jali. So now, is there anybody who has not seen? Is there anybody who has not seen? No. So, Her Excellency, the Vice President is ready there. His Lordship, the Chief Justice, Honorable Minister for the Presidency, Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Honorable Minister of State Ethics and Integrity, the Honorable IGG are welcoming the President of the Republic of Uganda, plus the 3 service chiefs. Yeah, they are also. So let us upstand and welcome him. At this juncture, I hand over to Dr. Okiria. Dr. Achan Okiria, Deputy Inspector General of Government, please come and take us forward in this function. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, you are welcome to this function. When we commemorate the International Anti-Corruption Day, ladies and gentlemen, may you remain standing so that we can have the national anthems and the prayer. Excellency, our chief guests, distinguished guests, we are honored to have their graces and eminences from the Interreligious Council represented at this function. I hereby would like to take the opportunity to recognize them. We ask them to nominate a representative to lead us in a prayer, and they duly nominated Bishop Joshua Lwere. May I invite Bishop Joshua Lwere to grace this occasion with a word of prayer. Bishop, you're welcome.
Shall we pray? Father God in heaven, we stand here as a nation today in shame of ourselves, although we commemorate the Global Anti-Corruption Day. As a nation, we are ashamed of our ways before you because we've corrupted our ways. And so we stand here first and foremost to confess our sins that are not hidden from your eyes, but are so detestable before you. But we stand on your promise when you said in Isaiah 1:18, come and we reason together. Even though your sins are like crimson, they will be as white as snow. Lord, the level of our corruption in this country has reached epidemic proportions far worse than Ebola and COVID, because it is resulting into so much poverty, ignorance, and so much direct and indirect death. So I start with us, the priests and your prophets, whom you've called to speak for you. It seems, Lord, that corruption has started with us to neutralize us as the light and the salt that we are supposed to be, to stop that corruption among our people. Lord, there is so much corruption in the pulpit that we do not have the authority to be the conscience of the nation. We admit, Lord, our failure before you. We have corrupted our ways and have not guided your people. They bring corrupt money in our places of worship, and even when we know many times that it is ill-gotten money, we still bless them instead of counseling or reprimanding them. We even tell the rest to emulate them, leaving a false impression that we are God who can bless bribes, who can be bribed by how much people give, and all these such things. Lord, we are very sorry for letting you down, and so we are very sorry for corrupting your altars with unholy incense of the strange fire we bring continually before you, to cause your people to trample your courts in pride and in usurpating sin. We are the main culprits, Lord, and we admit that. We spend so much time in self-glorification, strife, competitions, and jealousies. We have not loved the sheep so much as to restrain ourselves from telling them the full truth for their eternal benefit. They have not seen in us the life of sacrifice that our Lord demonstrated while here on earth. We have preached a strange gospel and therefore given them another spirit, not your spirit. Lord, have mercy upon us for being blind guides and hirelings rather than true shepherds who lay down their lives for the sheep. Lord, in politics, everyone focuses on himself. Mfunirawa, Ndiawa, man eateth where he worketh is a popular talk. We scramble and snatch the best pie whenever opportunity shows up. Lord, have mercy upon us. Have mercy upon our politicians at all levels, national and local. Like us, the shepherds, some have become ferocious wolves, ready to devour your people. We are daily sinking into debt as a nation, leaving an unbearable burden and a terrible legacy to the next generation. How shall we escape your righteous judgment? We even teach our children to buy votes in schools, in colleges, and universities. We give money to young children in kindergartens. We give them sweets to bribe, meaning that their generation will even be worse than ours. Lord, incest is rampant in the homes. What we are leaving behind for our children and children's children, Lord, is not the legacy that you want us to leave. Many professionals, especially teachers and doctors, who barely survive on meager salaries while they persevere and sacrifice for the rest of us, are so discouraged whenever they hear about the billions individuals plunder every day, when they compare their meager salaries to the politicians, Lord, in parliament, in local government, in other positions of leadership. Yet they have spent years studying. Lord, how can we encourage them unless you help us to do it? Where can they get the hope that maybe something will be better soon? Lord, please visit us. Visit our doctors, visit our teachers, visit our nurses, visit our health workers, encourage them and assure them so that they can go back and work. Help them understand that you are just God who does not cheat. You yourself will pay them commensurate to their labor and sacrifice, even when we have no money to pay them sacrificially or satisfactorily as they expect. Some have even gone to other countries, yet we have spent a lot of money to train them. Today we plead with you, Lord our God, to have mercy upon us, to really give us a new beginning. The people we lead are tired. They're like sheep without a shepherd. They feel oppressed and have nowhere to run. They no longer believe that we are their best interest at heart. Even when we speak to them, they don't listen. They no longer believe. There's so much apathy in the countryside. We tell them that we are launching a new anti-corruption campaign, and they're indifferent. They're saying, Agomalia Gasente. They're sarcastic and they answer mockingly. Lord, this is a very painful and desperate situation we're in. Therefore, we really need you, and we need your visitation. Lord, what can we do? Send us a revival like you did in the middle of the 1930s. Bring back that fear, the fear of God in our lives, and the genuine repentance in the hearts of your people. Restore us, Lord, and the fortunes of this country. Now we commit this new campaign in your hands today. Let this be different this time. May you really rally your people again. Let them give us another chance as we go out with a seriousness like we've never done before. Help us mobilize this nation to stamp out corruption, this monster that we have failed to conquer. Go ahead of us, Lord. Help us, Lord. You as our commander, go throughout this country and help us establish these community monitoring groups at every district, sub-county and parish level, so that your people will have courage again to demand accountability from duty bearers, and so that the parish development model will this time around succeed. We pray that the lifestyle audit we are launching today will be a vocabulary on the people's lips in Uganda. As we search for you, we totally depend on you, Lord. We rely on you because without you, we can't do it. Lord, we pray in a special way for our president. We pray for the IGG and the anti-corruption agencies, Lord our God, that will work together as one team. We thank you. Lord, we bless you this day. In Jesus' name, our Lord, we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Bishop Lwere, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Ministers, members of diplomatic corps, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to this function when we commemorate the International Anti-Corruption Day. Your Excellency, we have been joined by a number of distinguished guests. We are honored to have them join us at this function today, and I would like to take this opportunity to recognize their presence. We are honored to have them here. They took off their time to join us. And Your Excellency, at this event, we recognize the fact that when we organized this, we worked together as a team with the anti-corruption agencies who are also represented here. Your Excellency, we have been graced by the Vice President, Her Excellency Honorable Jessica Alupo. We have the Deputy Speaker, Justice Alphonse Owinjolo, the Chief Justice, Justice Alphonse Owinjolo. Your Excellency, we have the Minister of Office of the Presidency, Ms. Mariam Doka Babalanda. We also have the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Mr. Francis Mwebesa. We have the Minister of State, Office of the President, Ethics and Integrity, Honorable Akelo Roselili. We have the Minister of State, Office of the Prime Minister for Northern Uganda, Honorable Kweochin Grace Freedom. Your Excellency, we have also been joined by the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Mr. Sam Mayanja. We have the Minister of State for Local Government, Honorable Victoria Rusoke. We have the Minister of State for Public Service, Ms. Grace Mary Mugasa. We have the Minister of State for Trade and Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable Bahati David. We have the Minister of State for Trade and Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable Gume Frederick Ngobi. Your Excellency, we have been joined by diplomatic corps and development partners who have been supporting the anti-corruption agencies in implementation of a number of activities. I hereby would like to recognize the United Nations Residence Coordinator, His Excellency Mrs. Susan Mary Namondo. We have the representative from USAID, Mr. Tim Stein. And we have the head of the component from the GIZ, Mr. Aina Fogg. Your Excellency, in the interest of time, we have also been joined by some members of the Parliamentary Forum on Ethics and Integrity. We have chairpersons of Accountability Committee of Parliament. We have got religious leaders, Sheikh Hamid Serwada Busungu, representing His Eminence, Sheikh Shaban Mubaje. We have got Bishop Paul Semogerere. We have got Bishop Joshua Albere, who has just led us in a prayer here. We've got Apostle Dr. Joseph Serwada and Mr. John Chitakule. Your Excellency, we have also permanent secretaries represented here. We have got the Principal Private Secretary to the President, Dr. Kenneth Omona. We have got the Secretary Health Service Commission, Ms. Mary T. Wenene. We've got the Secretary, the IG, Ms. Kafero Rose, represented here. Your Excellency, we also have members of the Interagency Forum, which brings together all agencies in the fight against corruption in Uganda. We have got the Inspector General of Government, Honorable Betty Kamya Turomwe. We have the State House Anti-Corruption Unit Head, Colonel Edith Nakalema. We have the Auditor General, Mr. John Muanga. And we've got the Head Financial Intelligence Authority, Mr. Sidney Asubo. We've got the Uganda Revenue Authority Commissioner General, represented by Mr. James Abola. And we have Public Procurement and Disposal of Assets Authority Executive Director, Mr. Benson Turamwe. Your Excellency, we have the Director of Public Prosecutions, Justice Jane Francis Abodo. Your Excellency, we have the Director General, Internal Security Organization, Colonel Charles Oluka. And we have the Deputy Inspector General of Government, Mrs. Anne Tunomgisha Muheire. Your Excellency, we have the Chief of Defense Forces representing the security. We have General Peter Elwelu, Deputy CDF. We have the Inspector General of Police represented by AIGP Andrew Sorowen. And we have the Commissioner General of Prisons represented by Director Samuel Akena. Your Excellency, we have also been honored to get representations from the civil society organizations and their representatives here. We have got the Anti-Corruption Coalition of Uganda. We have got Transparency International. We have got Rwenzori Anti-Corruption Coalition and a number of anti-corruption agencies represented here. Your Excellency, we have got Honorable Oboth, Minister of State for Defense, Honorable Oboth represented here. We have the Zero Tolerance Corruption Policy Steering Committee, and this is a committee that has been very instrumental in the fight against corruption. We have got the committee represented here. Your Excellency, we also have the anti-corruption agencies, the technical team, the staff. We have got directors from the Inspector General of Inspectorate of Government represented here. Please stand up for recognition. The technical team from the Inspectorate of Government. We have directors and commissioners from the Directorate for Ethics and Integrity. We have the team from the Auditor General and directors of the Auditor General's Office represented here. And we have directors from PPDA represented here. We have got the technical team from the Directorate of Public Prosecution, from the police, from the Internal Security Organization, and we are also having the young people's, the National Youth Council represented here, and the Uganda National Students Association represented here. So, Your Excellency, we realize taking your guidance on Kisanja Hakuna Mchezo, we realize that the fight against corruption is not a joking subject anymore. And this is the reason why you see a number of partners represented here. We have got partnership and strategic alliances with a number of institutions and organizations that support the fight against corruption in the country. Your Excellency, following the program, we will now have, but before we have the Deputy IGG giving her remarks, we have Honorable Harriet Ntabazi, Minister of State for Trade, represented here. Thank you very much, Honorable, for coming. Your Excellency, we have Ms. Anne Tunomgisha Muheire, the Deputy Inspector General of Government, who will be making remarks shortly. She's also the President of Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity and has been driving the integrity campaign for the youth in Uganda. Your Excellency, Ms. Anne previously worked with the Minister of Defense, Veteran Affairs, where she left a very, very tremendous impact. It is now my single honor and privilege to invite Ms. Anne Muheire, the Deputy Inspector General of Government, to make the welcome remarks. Thank you very much, and you're welcome.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Vice President, the Honorable Chief Justice. In the interest of time, all protocol is observed. Ladies and gentlemen, this event has been organized in collaboration with the anti-corruption agencies, and on my behalf and on behalf of these anti-corruption agencies, we would like to cordially welcome you all to this year's commemoration of the International Anti-Corruption Day. Allow me at this point, Your Excellency, to recognize and thank the different anti-corruption agencies under the umbrella of the Inter-Agency Forum. These are the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, they under the able leadership of our Minister, Honorable Akelo Lili. Office of the Auditor General, the Internal Auditor General, the Accountant General, Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority, State House Anti-Corruption Unit, Financial Intelligence Authority, Criminal Investigations Directorate of Uganda Police Force, Leadership Code Tribunal, the Anti-Corruption Division of the Courts of Judicature, the Uganda Revenue Authority, Internal Security Organization, the Public Service, Judicial Service and Health Service Commissions. Thank you all for organizing such an important and wonderful event. Your Excellency, on the 31st of October 2003, the United Nations General Assembly passed Resolution 584, which designated the 9th day of December as the International Anti-Corruption Day. This day was established to promote awareness about corruption, its dangers, and avenues of combating and preventing it. It is on this day that governments, together with the business community, civil society organizations, and the general public, get the opportunity to reflect upon and renew the collective commitment to end the devastating pain and cost of corruption. Every year, the anti-corruption agencies and other stakeholders organize various activities over several weeks prior to the 9th of December. These activities, Your Excellency, form part of the National Anti-Corruption Campaign and are always geared towards promoting public participation in the fight against corruption. Since 2020, when the anti-corruption campaign was launched by the First Lady, the Honorable Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, at the State House Entebbe, we have successfully held a number of activities. Notable among these, Your Excellency, are the endorsement of the First Lady in November 2020 as the national champion for the Ambassadors for Integrity, a role she has graciously and wholeheartedly embraced and has helped to enhance integrity in leadership through various trainings. Secondly, we have commissioned the Zero Tolerance to Corruption Policy Steering Committee, whose role is to oversee the effective implementation of this policy. Thirdly, we have commissioned the integrity focal persons from ministries, departments, and agencies. Lastly, we have rolled out 25 episodes of anti-corruption dramas in English and other local languages that include Lugbara, Nyakaramajong, Luganda, Luo, Lumasaba, Ateso, Renyachichara, and Lusoga. Your Excellency, these dramas are aimed at encouraging public participation in fighting corruption and monitoring service delivery. These are currently being aired on 13 radio stations across the country. Also, the dramas are aimed at inculcating a right set skill values that are lifelong amongst our youth, and these values include integrity, hard work, transparency, and accountability. Your Excellency, this has been done with the support of the GIZ, to whom we are very grateful. Today, Uganda joins the rest of the world as she has done for many years, to commemorate this year's Anti-Corruption Day under the theme Promoting Active Citizen Participation in Social Accountability, to increase citizens' awareness about their responsibilities, to empower them in their right to access public information for effective monitoring of service delivery, and to provide information on government's efforts in fighting corruption. It is our desired goal to see all citizens of Uganda make the transition from being mere spectators and social commenters to the acts of corruption, and to take on a more active role of collaborating with the various anti-corruption agencies in eliminating graft. Indeed, the mobilization of citizens to combat crime and vices affecting society has proven to be successful whenever employed by the government through your guidance and able leadership, Your Excellency. We draw lessons from the HIV campaign and the Ebola and now the COVID pandemic. Therefore, this year's theme captures the adoption of a proven and successful strategy. Your Excellency, on behalf of the various government agencies tasked with fighting corruption, I take this opportunity to thank you and your government for the efforts you have put in place to combat corruption in Uganda. Some of these efforts include the strategic placement of the fight against corruption at the heart of government agenda, but also the establishment of legal and institutional framework for the fight against corruption. I would also like to thank and congratulate my colleagues from the various anti-corruption agencies, like they were mentioned, the civil society organizations, some of which include Kick Corruption out of Uganda in Kigezi, the Midwestern Region Anti-Corruption Coalition, TESO Anti-Corruption Coalition, the Apache Anti-Corruption Coalition, and the Uganda Youth Forum, among others, the private sector and the entire citizenry for the achievements and the synergy registered so far in the fight against corruption. Fellow citizens, the task ahead of us in this fight is without doubt a momentous one and is constantly evolving into new and sophisticated forms. However, it is our conviction that we are up to the task and that total commitment from all stakeholders working together will enable us to combat and eliminate corruption decisively and significantly. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for joining us today, and we wish you all a successful commemoration of the International Anti-Corruption Day 2021. For God and my country.
Your Excellency and distinguished guests, corruption was recognized even during the Bible times. And when you look at Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 18 to 20, the Bible says, "You shall not pervert justice. You shall not show partiality. You shall not accept a bribe." Your Excellency, flipping through the Quran recently, I recognized that corruption was also talked about in the Quran and referred to as rishwa, which means bribery. And the Quran preaches against corruption in the form of bribery. Your Excellency, this Kisanja, you said, this Kisanja, Katonda Jali. Indeed, as the inspectorate, we have seen the hand of God in this Kisanja. We have seen the hand of God in our work. And it has been demonstrated even through the leadership you have put in place. We have got Honorable IGG Betty Kamya Turomwe, who has served in this country in different capacities. She was a former Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and she held that position for 3 years. She was Minister for KCCA and Metropolitan Affairs, and she served passionately. We have seen through her leadership, Your Excellency, that she is also not a joking subject. It gives us reference to Chisanja, Hakuna Mchezo, and we believe that the fight against corruption in this country is not a joking subject. It is now my single honor and privilege to invite Honorable Betty Kamya, the IGG, to make her remarks on the strategy to eliminate corruption in this country. Honorable IGG, you're welcome to make your remarks.
Not even read. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, I seek leave to speak without my mask because of a condition that undermines my speech when I do. Thankfully, I am distances away from the nearest person. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Your Excellency the Vice President, my Lord, the Chief Justice, Honorable Ministers and Ministers of State, heads of diplomatic missions, honorable members of Parliament, religious leaders, head of public service, fellow heads of anti-corruption agencies with whom we are co-hosting this event, permanent secretaries, Chief of Defense Forces, Inspector General of Police, Director of Public Prosecution. In the interest of time, kindly allow me to use our Ugandan culture of all protocol observed. Your Excellency, first, I bring apologies from the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, who has asked me to convey her apologies for not being here today because she has to attend to Parliament. But first of all, I wish to thank you very much, Your Excellency, for honoring our invitation to officiate at the International Anti-Corruption Day of 2021. I thank you too, our honorable guests, for honoring our invitation to be here today. We don't take any of you for granted. Your Excellency, on behalf of my colleagues, the Deputy Inspectors General of Government, Mrs. Anne Muheire, and Dr. Patricia Okiria, and on my own behalf, since this is our first public engagement, I wish to thank you publicly very much for honoring us with your vote of confidence by appointing us Inspector General of Government and Deputy Inspectors General of Government. Indeed, we are humbled, and talking among ourselves, we pledged to honor you too by giving this assignment our very best, working with the team we found in place and other actors in this calling of fighting to eliminate corruption in Uganda. I want to thank Deputy Inspector of Government, Dr. Patricia, for introducing our guests, and Deputy Inspector of Government, Mrs. Muheire, for her opening remarks, which have given a background to this day, and so I will just build on what they said. Your Excellency, we acknowledge your leadership and commitment in the war against corruption, all the way from the trenches of Ruwero, when you made elimination of corruption point number 7 in the NRM 10-point program. Under your leadership, the state of Uganda has established legal and administrative framework necessary for fighting corruption. And for the benefit of those who may not know it, some are creatures of the Constitution, like the 3 arms of government, the Inspectorate of Government, Office of the Auditor General, CID, and Office of Director of Public Prosecutions. And some are creatures of statutory action. We have many acts of parliament intended to support the war against corruption. And Your Excellency, you even went the extra mile to complement the Constitution and statutory creatures with executive action and created the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity in the Office of the President, the State House Anti-Corruption Unit, and the Zero Tolerance Policy, Zero Tolerance to Corruption Policy. Each of the above institutions are fairly well-staffed and perform their respective functions, and I know that each one produces annual voluminous reports of their performance, which they submit to their respective supervising organs. The Inspectorate of Government, which I represent now, submits its report to Parliament and gives a copy to you twice a year as required by law. However, in summary, I'll give you a report of our status for the period 2019 to 2021. We have in our system today 5,000 plus active cases of corruption reported by whistleblowers, all valued above 500 billion shillings. This includes the locust money, 24 billion, COVID-19 money, 59 billion, the Innovation Fund, of former Ministry of Science and Technology, 78 billion, renovation of Entebbe Airport, 17 billion, SAGE money involving ghost elderly people, 49 billion, Ministry of Agriculture, 9 billion, and mismanagement of Entebbe International Airport, which is a case you investigated yourself and to send to the IG for prosecution, and numerous other cases from local governments, majorly about violating procurement processes leading to award of contracts to undeserving applicants at exorbitant prices. These cases are all at different levels of management between investigation, prosecution, and even appeals in courts of law. In just the 2 months that we have been in office, we have already received over 350 cases from whistleblowers. Your Excellency, currently, the IG has 395 cases of corruption in court at different levels of court processes, including appeals. We have secured 85 convictions, including the now famous Kazinda conviction, and 35 acquittals in the past 2 years, which incidentally were lockdown years with slowed activity in court. We have recovered in the past 2 years 19 billion through court orders, out-of-court settlements, and plea bargains. We have also caused the dismissal from their jobs 165 public officials and sent 294 to various commissions for disciplinary action. 144 officials have been warned, and under the leadership code, Your Excellency, 22,000 public officers and leaders have declared their assets. Unfortunately, over 120 have not yet declared their assets as required by law, but there are technical issues on timing that we are trying to sort out with the Attorney General. Your Excellency, this report and all the reports of other anti-corruption agencies put together are just a drop in the ocean compared to the grand, massive corruption and abuse of office and authority that is going on in Uganda, but do not even get detected because corruption has become almost a way of life in Uganda. Indeed, Your Excellency and our honored guests, studies made by several international and local monitoring agencies, such as the World Governance Index, Africa Governance Index, United States Think Tank for Peace, Transparency International, Corruption Perception Index, Afrobarometer, and others, they have consistently listed Uganda among countries with the highest levels of corruption. In the last 5 years, studies were made on the Corruption Perception Index between 2016 and 2020. And Your Excellency, sadly, out of a scale of 1 to 100, Uganda has been scoring an average of 25, 27, and 28%. And when they're ranking 180 countries, Uganda has been ranked in the range of 140 to 140, 150 out of 180 countries. For the larger audience listening to me out there, to understand this, I want you to imagine your child who goes to school and every year for 5 years from P1 to P7 brings home a report with a score of 26, 27% in every subject every year and is positioned number 150 out of 180 students. It would be heartbreaking for the parent, and that's how we should feel, and that's why we commemorate the International Anti-Corruption Day to reflect on corruption issues in our countries. Based on that, Your Excellency, with support from GIZ, the Inspectorate of Government undertook a study to establish the estimated cost of corruption in Uganda. And this was our findings, Your Excellency. If you look on page 6 in the document before you, this study estimated that Uganda loses anything up to 10 trillion shillings per year from avoiding taxation, user fees in public utilities, health care and education issues, security provision, that is police, procurement and budgeting, and others. Through those, Uganda could be losing up to 10 trillion shillings a year. And when you put in absenteeism from work in public sector and environmental degradation, it could easily go up to 20 trillion per year. Your Excellency, if we could just save that money, that 10 trillion per year, and using the parish model, divide it among the estimated 10,000 parishes of Uganda, each parish could easily receive an extra 1 billion per year. And I'm here asking everybody to shrink into yourself and go back to your parish and think what 1 billion shillings per year would do to your parish. And I've gone back to coach Your Excellency, Bugona Parish, and I'm thinking, if in year 1, Bugona Parish could have government inject 1 billion shillings in Bugona Parish Circle, everybody would find employment to do their farms, to build their businesses, to improve their welfare, and to send their children to school. And if in year 2, 1 billion was used to buy laptops for each student from P1 up to university and tertiary institution, every student in Bugona Parish would have a laptop, and this would close the gaps between those who can study online and those who can't study online, and those who have access to the World Wide Web with so much information, and those who do not have access to that. And if in year 3, we used our billion to extend electricity to Bugona Parish in Ikochi, and in year 4, piped water, and in year 5, provide a well-equipped health facility, complete with a resident doctor's resident, Bugona Parish would be transformed in 5 years. And all parishes of Uganda could be transformed in 5 years. Your Excellency, this transformation is achievable, but we must first save 10 trillion shillings that we lose to corruption every year. Your Excellency, this calls for stepping up the war against corruption by going back to the war room to review the strategy. And one of the things that we need to consider is whether, after all this effort, after all this resource, the designated warriors against corruption, and I mean us, the elite, employed in anti-corruption agencies, even non-state actors in civil society, even the donors, are we ideologically competent to fight the war? Do we feel, let alone understand, the pain of corruption? Is it possible for us to own the war when we have nothing to lose? Is it really our war, as the elite who discuss corruption in our air-conditioned boardroom, 5-star hotels, chauffeur-driven top-of-the-range vehicles with our 7-figure salaries and guaranteed healthcare insurance policies for ourselves and our families? Is it our war? Do we know about the pain of corruption that we should pour our hearts into the war? We are merely paid. You hate to use this word, but that's what it means. When you are paid to fight a war, then you are a mercenary. Because whether we lose the war or we don't lose it, like we've done all these years, we still get paid. Some of us are even practitioners and beneficiaries of corruption, using the very offices we occupy to fight corruption. So whose war is it? In Uganda they say, Ani nanyini mufu, who is the bereaved, whom we should console and help with funeral arrangements. Ani nanyini mufu. Whose war was the war against apartheid and slavery? Many Europeans, Your Excellency, supported and participated passionately in the war against apartheid and slavery, but it was not their war because they had options in case they lost the war. None of us in this tent and air-conditioned government or civil society officers would die because there's no medicine in Mulago Hospital, because we have health insurance and options of even going abroad for medical treatment, whether we lose the war on corruption or not. That person who will die because there's no medicine in Mulago, or bury a loved one because there's no medicine in Mulago, and she or he has no option, is the owner of this war and must be recruited to be the foot soldier. Your Excellency, this is the new strategy at the Inspectorate of Government, to recruit all ordinary Ugandans into the war against corruption through civic education and mindset change. This is the prevention strategy that we promised you when you saw us in and sent us away to go and take office. We are going to rebrand the war from being the war of only President Museveni, who goes around the country condemning corruption, or the IGG, or Parliament, or State House Anti-Corruption Unit, to become the citizens' war against corruption, thereby creating citizen ownership. Your Excellency, when people own something, they can even constitute themselves into a mob and even lynch to defend it. If you want to know what I mean, try knocking a border, not Excellency, because he won't do that. But you people looking at me and listening to me here, colleagues in the tent, honorable guests in the tent, if you want to know what ownership means, try knocking a border rider, and within minutes, the border, all of them in the vicinity will congregate and surround you, whether they know him or not, whether he was right or wrong, and if you are lucky, they can even lynch you, because to them, you mess with one of them, you are messing with all of them, because saving border is their war. Your Excellency, when a thief is caught stealing a chicken in a village, the villagers constitute themselves into a court and serve mob justice because they associate with the loss of a chicken. But when they hear that their village mate or tribesman was arrested for stealing through corruption 1 billion shillings, they will riot and demand the release of their corrupt kinsman because it is government money, not theirs. Besides, they argue he helps them a lot with personal and community issues such as churches, and I want to thank Bishop Ruere for your prayer. Thank you very much. Because the people in the villages do not own the laws associated with corruption. This is the mindset change that the new leadership at the IG wishes to introduce for the population of Uganda to own and personalize the cost and the pain of corruption. Then they will all come out as a mob to fight corruption. Your Excellency, these are our future plans. One, like I've said, we intend to empower the masses with knowledge about the cost, the pain of corruption, and the opportunity cost, as I did with my parish of Bugwana Kochi. We intend to continue receiving whistleblower tips, investigate, prosecute, and recover loot. We intend to promote the prevention and cure strategy. We also intend, Your Excellency, to unmask corruption and give it a face, like you did when you're fighting the war against AIDS and COVID. You gave them a face and were able to contain the war. We shall give corruption a face so that everybody can recognize it. We shall take the face of corruption to every classroom, to every living room, to every place of worship, to every place of entertainment, and to every bedroom, so that everybody can recognize corruption. Then we shall mobilize the people to fight a face they understand. The face of corruption, Your Excellency, and our honored guests, is that lifestyle which is not commensurate with a person's legitimate source of income. That expensive car, that mansion, those family holidays that's abroad, those expensive schools abroad where you take your children, which are not commensurate with your salary or your legitimate sources of income, is the face of corruption. We want everybody to recognize it. Your Excellency, we even want children to learn to be inquisitive and ask their parents whether their jobs pay the salaries to afford the lifestyle and the comforts they take for granted. We want adults and children to start being embarrassed and ashamed of illicit, unexplained wealth. We want everybody to be their brothers and their sisters' keeper. The masses will be empowered to view with suspicion any abrupt display of unexplained wealth and report them to the IG or any relevant authority. This is going to be a protracted war, Your Excellency, that will require a good strategy and special funding. We pray, sir, that you direct the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to make special provision for this activity on top of the budget ceiling for the financial year 2022 and 2023. For us, we are ready to discuss our proposal with him. Your Excellency, all political and non-political leaders who draw salaries from the Consolidated Fund are required under the Leadership Code Act to declare their wealth to the IGG. And the IGG is required to verify such declarations. Of course, false declarations have repercussions under the law. We have already resolved to begin this process and to begin with the low-hanging fruits ASAP this financial year. And we said the IG will begin, lead by example, so we are beginning to verify the declarations of the top leadership of Inspectorate of Government, beginning with myself. Your Excellency, we shall also verify the declarations of accounting officers of the 53 central government votes, and also the principal accountants of all ministries and accounting officers of MDAs and local governments with the biggest budgets. We intend to begin that this financial year. Your Excellency, then there is something called the untouchables. In order to gain public trust and confidence, the public is crying about untouchables, so-called. The public wants to see some big heads roll. And with your support, Your Excellency, I assure you that on my desk are investigations which are likely to lead to heads to roll. The people and the media, since we took office, have asked us, how will you deal with the untouchables? And I always say, the president who gave us this job wants it done. It is his commitment to the people through his manifesto. The president is so fed up with corruption, he will not protect anybody because the president contract is with the people of Uganda. This has been my answer, sir, and I'm saying it publicly in your presence so that the press and the people don't ask me again. Your Excellency, we would like to propose that government mainstreams the war to eliminate corruption in all government programs. We propose to government to mainstream the war to eliminate corruption in all government activities, in schools, in education institutions. We pray that you direct that all government programs that bring people together should have a component of civic education against corruption embedded in every agenda. This will require printing of simplified material which will be distributed to all RDCs through the Ministry of the Presidency, local councillors, inter-religious council, and the media to help them communicate a standardized message to the people. This will also require a special budget. Your Excellency, one of the serious challenges we face is to successfully prosecute a corrupt suspect. Because by nature, corruption deals are always under the table and very difficult to prove in court, where the judge requires evidence beyond reasonable doubt. So many corrupt people don't only get acquitted, but many times with costs to government. Yet everybody knows that they are corrupt. And the public outcry is, catch us some big fish. We are tired of silver fish, which you parade in court. Even one judge said, after convicting someone of corruption, one judge is said to have said, I am tired of adjudicating over small fish, while big fish are running around scot-free. The truth is that the big fish are very slippery. They can't catch them. They don't sign anywhere. You never see them receive their loot. They receive their loot through proxies. That is why, Your Excellency, we are now promoting the lifestyle audit campaign. We may fail to prove in court that you took the money through corrupt means, but through your lifestyle, we can trace the money. And this is the lifestyle audit campaign that we are proposing. In this campaign, the onus is on the suspect to prove beyond reasonable doubt to the judge that the wealth he or she acquired while in public office, which is not commensurate with his or her known income, is legitimate. And this is provided for under the Anti-Corruption Act and the Anti-Money Laundering Act. After your address, sir, the Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity will kindly ask you to officially launch the lifestyle audit campaign. And in this campaign, we'll call the public to say no to corruption, to make a personal commitment not to ask for, accept, or offer a bribe. Every individual in Uganda should make this personal decision. We shall also ask everybody to report anybody who offers, asks for a bribe, or if you know them, to the Inspectorate of Government or any institution or person of relevant authority. We shall also require the public to report to the Inspector General of Government anybody who amasses wealth in a short time and whose known source of income does not match the amassed wealth. We have asked the religious leaders to take the front seat in this war by urging their congregations to say no to corruption, and the media to play their pivotal role in influencing thoughts, behavior, and actions of people and policies of government against corruption. Finally, sir, allow me to make just a few acknowledgements. First, I wish to acknowledge the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Museveni, for accepting the responsibility of being the national champion for the Ambassadors of Integrity and executing it with distinction. I also wish to thank the Right Honourable Speaker and entire Parliament for their support. I would like to also to thank the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and our own Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity, Honorable Lily Rose Akello, for coordinating all the state anti-corruption actors under the Interagency Forum and for her support in Cabinet and in Parliament. I wish to acknowledge our international development partners who have walked this journey with us and promise to continue to do so. In particular, I wish to mention Denmark, Germany, UK, and USA, and the EU in general. I wish to recognize Bishop Ruere for executing his duty as chairman of Zero Tolerance Policy to Corruption Steering Committee and the Interreligious Council of Uganda in general for adopting a resolution last week to join government in fighting corruption. And sir, they resolved that last weekend, all the mosques on Friday and all the Seventh-day Adventist churches on Saturday and all churches on Friday. This weekend, they all preached against corruption. We'd like to thank them. It was overwhelming. I wish to acknowledge the media owners for their support too, through their National Broadcasters Association, led by Mr. Ken Karisa. Their support has been overwhelming as well. Our colleagues, the anti-corruption agencies with whom we have organized this event, I want to thank you very much for your cooperation, and the National Organizing Committee, NOC, under the Ministry of the Presidency, for your invaluable time and support. Last but not least, I would like to recognize the staff of the Inspectorate of Government who have put their best foot and spirit forward. Your Excellency and dear guests, I thank you very much for your attention, and I say all this for God and my country. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, being my first time to be Director of Ceremonies, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the IGG for ably bringing up the strategy to fight against corruption. While I was making a few remarks and recognizing our distinguished guests, I forgot to mention one of the most significant combatants in the fight against corruption, and that is the Leadership Code Tribunal. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Dr. Roslyn Kargonjo Segawa, the chairperson of the Leadership Code Tribunal, together with her deputy, Honorable Asuman Jinji. Your Excellency, in the interest of time, following the program, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Benson Turamwe, the Executive Director, PPDA, who will be making a joint statement on behalf of the anti-corruption agencies. Mr. Turamwe has grown in ranks since 2004, from manager to director and now executive director, PPDA. He has been at the helm of the current reforms in public procurement to promote efficiency, transparency, and accountability and value for money. It is now my single honor and privilege to welcome Mr. Benson Turamwe to make his remarks at this occasion. Mr. Turamwe, you're welcome.
The President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency, the Vice President, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Honorable Ministers, heads of diplomatic missions, the IGG, and the heads of anti-corruption agencies, religious leaders, government officials, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, I'm here to pledge and present the commitment from the anti-corruption institutions in the fight against corruption in Uganda, following the IGG presentation. The focus for this commitment, Your Excellency, is put on promoting active citizen participation for demanding social accountability. This statement on the way to eliminate corruption by the state anti-corruption agencies that were mentioned, I don't want to repeat them, that they were mentioned and introduced by the Director of Ceremonies, the Deputy IGG, Dr. Patricia Achano Clear, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander of the Armed Forces, I therefore have the honor and privilege to present this statement on behalf of the anti-corruption institutions today, 9th December 2021, as we commemorate the International Anti-Corruption Day. The state anti-corruption agencies acknowledge the corruption and maladministration that have continued to pose a great threat to our country with far-reaching effects on the national development goal, which is increasing household income and improving the quality of life of Ugandans. Your Excellency, corruption is destructive service delivery and stands out as the primary enemy to all efforts towards realization of the national vision of a transformed Uganda society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country within 30 years, as approved by Cabinet in 2007. Your Excellency, there was a national integrity survey that was conducted in 2019 by the accountability sector under the stewardship of the Inspectorate of Government with support from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, which revealed that corruption in Uganda was increasing. This survey established that the corruption was largely associated with greed, poor monitoring and supervision by public officials of public projects, and failure to take concrete action on reported cases of poor service delivery, among others. Cognizant of the immense impact corruption poses on the national development agenda, your government, through NRM Manifesto 2021-2026, pledged to invest more in the investigative, accountability, and prosecution agencies so that corruption cases are promptly investigated, prosecuted, and left to court for adjudication. The manifesto also underscores the enhanced use of ICT to minimize human-to-human interface in the delivery of services as to reduce corruption. Your Excellency, most of the highlights were mentioned by the IGG in terms of the achievements of state anti-corruption agencies, but you allow me mention a few. That the Inspectorate of Government, and these highlights actually as of December 2020, from December 2020 to date. Under the Inspectorate of Government, led by Honorable Betty Kamya, 879 investigations were conducted that resulted in 42 prosecutions. As a result, 3.1 billion shillings was recovered from corruptly acquired assets. 19 public officials were convicted, and 520 public officers were forwarded to relevant authorities for administrative action. Your Excellency, under promoting integrity in public service and following the launch of the Ambassadors of Integrity campaign by the First Lady, Honorable Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, in partnership with anti-corruption agencies, trained 545 people to promote integrity and build the leadership potential in the personal and professional life. These participants included chief executives and senior public officials of government agencies. In terms of this strategy of involving citizens to eliminate corruption, the Inspectorate of Government trained 11,027 community monitoring groups all over the country to monitor and report abuses and mismanagement of government projects to the IG. These trained monitors were able to register 269 grievances related to project implementation, which were resolved. Your Excellency, we have also the second important organ, which is the Office of the Auditor General, in this fight, and they have conducted 2,469 financial audits, 2 value for money audits, 4 engineering audits, 31 special audits, and 5 IT audits. They also did 3 compliance audits in thematic areas, and the reports are there presented to Parliament. Office of the Auditor General has also developed citizens feedback platform that will enable citizens direct reporting of corrupt activities taking place in MDs and local governments. Your Excellency, under Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority, the amendment of the Act, and we thank you, Your Excellency, for assenting to the amendment, which was done in June 2021, and we look forward to an effective and corrupt-free procurement system in the coming years, because the amendment has created a situation of efficiency parameters and also strengthened the sanctions for errant and corrupt officials in public procurement processes. In the same, further, Your Excellency, in line with NRM Manifesto commitment to minimize human contact in the delivery services, the PPDA commenced on the electronic government procurement system, which will strengthen transparency, efficiency, competition, and accountability, and minimize tendencies of corruption in procurement. The PPDA has also put in place a contract monitoring system that will be rolled over across the country in January 2022, working with the community representatives to report and monitor and report real time on mismanagement of government projects. This will be managed using phones, smartphones. Your Excellency, we have also the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution in this collaboration, led by Lady Justice Jane Obodo. And since December 2020, this office has recovered 384 million and 384 million shillings and $34,000 by pre-bargain approach. They have also secured a forfeiture order for anti-malaria drugs valued at 28 million. These were classified government-branded drugs that were found in some pharmacies, and these drugs, after getting this order, were submitted to Kawempe, were forwarded to Kawempe National Referral Hospital for use. Further amount of 134 million shillings was paid in fines and sentences by corrupt government officials that were prosecuted. Your Excellency, we have your own State House Anti-Corruption Unit that we collaborate and we are worked with in this statement. They have conclusively investigated over 10,000 complaints that have a financial worth of 287 billion. And 29 billion has been recovered. 331 accused persons were aligned to court, and 4 of these were convicted. Your Excellency, you requested to share the achievements of this office in the fight against corruption. And we request, they have produced performance reports for 3 years. We request that you authorize this report to be shared by public, and copies are even here for sharing with people who are present in this forum. Your Excellency, lastly, we have the leadership, the second but last, we have the Financial Intelligence Authority in its effort to combat money laundering and terrorism financing, conducted analysis of financial reports And as a result, 94 financial intelligence reports were disseminated to law enforcement agencies for investigation and prosecution. Lastly, Your Excellency, we have the Leadership Court Tribunal, which was established in July 2020, and they have embarked on their mandate. For the adjudication, where the tribunal establishes processes, systems, and controls as a nascent institution. This has adequately prepared the tribunal for its second phase of adjudication, and 6 cases have been received from Inspectorate of Government for management. But more importantly, this tribunal has put in place processes, systems, and controls by developing Leadership Court Tribunal practices and procedures, rules, statutory instrument number 53 of 2021, and other manuals and policies. Your Excellency, some challenges were mentioned, but they were mentioned by the IGG. They always rotate on funding these anti-corruption agencies, staffing, and also having specialized equipment to detect and help in investigations and audits. Allow me now lastly to read the joint statement of commitment by these anti-corruption state agencies. Your Excellency, here is the statement. We commit to undertake the following key interventions to invigorate the war against the elimination of corruption, and we are giving ourselves 1 year to come and make accountability when we are making the next Anti-Corruption International celebration. 1, scale up efforts in the enforcement of the full provisions of the anti-corruption laws that will increase detection of corruption and maladministration, investigations, pre- and post-audit of corruption cases. B, increase recovery of stolen public funds by way of refund, settlement, compensation, orders, and fine. C, severe punishment of all persons involved in corrupt practices and economic sabotage. Number 2 of the commitment, Your Excellency, is deepen our efforts toward the prevention of corruption. And I think this may not talk much about it because the Honorable Beth Kamya talked about it. Engaging citizens, lifestyle audits, mainstreaming ethics and integrity in public institutions, leveraging technology, that is the way to go. We have to use ICT in promoting transparency and sharing information. And also, we are going to engage the Prime Minister in assessing government agencies. Your Excellency, lastly, we want to strengthen the partnership and collaboration with non-state actors, religious institutions, cultural and civil society organizations to create a strong social base that will enable the country to get out of profound social crisis of eroded moral values, which is the main cause of corruption. We also want to empower and mobilize the citizens of Uganda, as Honorable Beth Kamya said. We acknowledge, Your Excellency, your personal and unfettered support to the anti-corruption struggle as well documented, and it has borne fruits on many fronts. We thank the NRM government for establishing the legislative, institutional, and administrative structures. We thank the development partners that Honorable Kamya talked about, and civil society organizations, and also the public for reporting cases, and the media, and many cases have been picked from the media. I thank Your Excellency for God and my country. I sign Benson Turamye, Executive Director, PPDA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benson Turamye, Executive Director, PPDA, for indeed demonstrating that the fight against corruption needs a concerted effort by all the anti-corruption agencies. Your Excellency and distinguished guests, allow me to take this opportunity to invite Nkaja Janice from King's College, Budo. Nkaja was a winner in the speech category of the National Students Anti-Corruption Challenge 2021, organized by the National Debate Council of Uganda in partnership with the Inspectorate of Government and the anti-corruption agencies under the support of GIZ. Nkaja, you have 3 minutes to make that speech, and thereafter we will have Diplok Segawa, who will use 3 minutes to make a performance, just to entertain us. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency the President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon. I am Nkaja Janice, a young political activist whose heart aches for her nation. And lately I've been trying to write a book that has proven to drive me crazy, a book that locked me up in my mind and threw the keys to the back of my cold, flustered heart. For with every ink drop that befalls the white smooth pages, I can only imagine the results of my traces. But I must warn you, my book might blind or grant you sight. It might belittle or give you strength, because my book has a story to tell. This book is about my nation, Uganda. A nation that has seen great wars, a nation that has nurtured great warriors. But my nation faces an enemy like no other before. This nation of mine, still weak and feeble, is faced with an enemy that has no moral constraint. An enemy that shows no mercy to neither man nor woman, young or old, sick or strong. This enemy devours all. My nation calls it corruption. A shadow that casts dirt on my leaders, a dishonest policy that has broken my country's financial agility, strength, and hope. Corruption is paid by the poor, Pope Francis once said. Where educational structures are broken down in a systematic chain, my teachers are not paid, my classrooms are nothing more than just a cowshed equivalent. My peers losing hope for an education no longer seems like the key to success. Dropout levels hitting the bar limit. Futures put on a stop hold just because a single entity let their greed rule their thoughts. Health is wealth, they say. But what kind of wealth is manifesting itself with the rampant immortality rates, overtaxed health services, and under-equipped health facilities? My nation screams from the core of her lungs because she can't take it anymore. Something has to be done, and it has to be done now. It's high time young people stood up to fight for what's right, stood at the front lines to flush out this vice. Do not be deceived by our ages, for we have so much to offer to this struggle. Our experiences have catapulted our growth, and we understand this vice all too well. Kurt Cohen once said, "It's the duty of the youth to challenge corruption," and indeed, her point is valid. Young people all over the world are signing petitions, pushing governments to steer towards clear waters. Whistleblowers to corruption among the youth have risen, for now awareness is but a basic trait. We are ready to march on the streets, raise our voices for a safer future for you and I. I want a happy ending to my book, where humanity stands to fight for what's right and society agrees to stand with all its might to end this vice. Because for a country to be great, its ethics are bound to much greater. For God and my country. Thank you.
emabega netudda mu kwegomba abalala mulyafulume bwebanyumya teri bakola emisana n'ekiro ava yatuula butuuzi yateeka mu nkola ebyo byalabye obunafuusi bwasukka buzinganiza n'ebitongole buzize gwange emabega omwezi gw'obulwadde omunoonya omuli w'enguzi mumukweka nsonga gyasula mu manyiyo bwe bigwa mudda mu mawulire nga tudda ate mu bwekubagiza wakiri yogera ekyo ekikuli ku mutima ne ku mmeeme tobuzaabuza banno bw'otyo ozinganya n'okwekulaakulanya olowooza ogenda mu maaso ne weerabira otuuse emabega obunafuusi kibi nnyo kyekituleese okwatula olwaleero obunafuusi bwasukka buzinganiza n'ebitongole buzize gwange emabega omwezi gw'obulwadde omunoonya omuli w'enguzi mumukweka nsonga gyasula mu manyiyo bwe bigwa mudda mu mawulire nga tudda ate mu bwekubagiza wakiri yogera ekyo ekikuli ku mutima ne ku mmeeme tobuzaabuza banno bw'otyo ozinganya n'okwekulaakulanya olowooza ogenda mu maaso ne weerabira otuuse emabega obunafuusi kibi nnyo kyekituleese okwatula olwaleero kambyogere obunafuusi bubi nnyo bwe bwakema ne bajjajjaffe okujja emikaka egy'obulimba mulyafulume bwebwanyumya teri bakola emisana n'ekiro bava yatuula butuuzi yateeka mu nkola ebyo byalabye wakiri yogera ekyo ekikuli ku mutima ne ku mmeeme tobuzaabuza banno bw'otyo ozingamya n'okwekulaakulanya olowooza ogenda mu maaso ne weerabira otuuse emabega obunafuusi kibi nnyo kyekituleese okwatula olwaleero wakiri yogera ekyo ekikuli ku mutima ne ku mmeeme tobuzaabuza banno bw'otyo ozinganya n'okwekulaakulanya olowooza ogenda mu maaso ne weerabira otuuse emabega obunafuusi kibi nnyo kyekituleese okwatula olwaleero
Thank you very much, Diplok Segawa, for that energizing presentation. And thank you very much, Nkaja Janice, for that speech, which brings out real touchy issues about corruption. The effects of corruption and its impact was ably and comprehensively brought out in that speech. Without wasting much time, Your Excellency, allow me to take this opportunity to invite the Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity, Honorable Rose Lily Akello. Honorable Rose Lily Akello is a politician and a social worker representing Karenga as a District Woman Member of Parliament. It is my single honor and privilege to invite her to make her remarks, and she will invite our chief guest to make his address and launch the National Lifestyle Audit. Honorable Minister, you're welcome to make your remarks and invite His Excellency the President. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Our Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Alupo Jessica Rose Epel, His Lordship the Chief Justice, Honorable Ministers and Ministers of State, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, Honorable Members of Parliament, religious leaders, Heads of Anti-Corruption Agencies, Permanent Secretaries, Chief of Defense Forces, Inspector General of Police, Commissioner General Prison Service, Director Public Prosecutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, we are highly honored to be with you to commemorate the International Anti-Corruption Day 2021. We thank the Almighty God for this moment. We thank you for your visionary leadership and being at the forefront of fighting corruption. Your Excellency, before you here today are dedicated senior government officials and leaders from the non-state actors who are at the forefront of fighting corruption and rebuilding ethics and integrity in this country. Allow me, Your Excellency, to thank these distinguished leaders for their dedication and commitment to rebuilding morals, values, and fighting corruption that has infiltrated sectors of our country. Your Excellency, for proper recognition, allow me to introduce the heads of the anti-corruption agencies who are working together with the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, the Inspector General of Government and our deputies, the Auditor General, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Director of Criminal Investigations Directorate, the Head State House Anti-Corruption Unit, the Chairperson Leadership Court Tribunal, the Registrar Anti-Corruption Division Courts of Judicature, the Executive Director Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority, the Commissioner General Uganda Revenue Authority, the Accountant General Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Director General Internal Security Organization, the Chairperson National Steering Committee for Implementation of Zero Tolerance to Corruption Policy, Bishop Joshua Luere. Your Excellency, in December 2019, here at Kololo Independence Grounds, you launched the Zero Tolerance to Corruption policy. During the swearing-in of cabinet ministers in June this year, Your Excellency, you employed all leaders to fight corruption head-on. Specifically, you assigned us 5 tasks, namely coercion, fighting corruption, regional integration, patriotism, and effective service delivery to the citizens of Uganda. In view of this directive, Your Excellency, the anti-corruption agencies commenced the implementation of the Zero Tolerance to Corruption policy, which calls, among other things, strengthening partnerships and cohesion among all stakeholders for effective war against corruption. Your Excellency, these stakeholders, who are all represented here today, include government and corruption agencies, religious and faith organizations, cultural institutions, civil society organizations, development partners, the private sector, and the media. The policy also seeks to make ethics and integrity a cross-cutting issue to be mainstreamed in all ministries, departments, agencies, and local governments. And to operationalize this policy provision, we have now instituted integrity focal persons in all ministries, departments, and agencies. Your Excellency, allow me to thank the First Lady, Mama Janet Katam Museveni, who is our champion of ambassadors for integrity, for commissioning the integrity focal persons to ensure effective implementation of the policy. A national steering committee led by Bishop Joshua Luere was established. Your Excellency, I am happy to report to you that this steering committee has developed a strategic intervention of empowering the citizens to monitor service delivery and to demand for better service delivery from government. This roadmap provide guidelines of how citizens can actively participate in the war against corruption, right from the village level to the national level. Your Excellency, a people's protracted war against corruption has been declared. Our foot soldiers in the war against corruption are now fully mobilized, and I am happy to report that there is cohesion among all stakeholders, such as government institutions, the religious and faith-based organizations, cultural institutions, civil society, private sector, media, and all citizens of this country. This is in line with the theme for this year's anti-corruption campaign of promoting active citizen participation in social accountability. Your Excellency, on behalf of all the patriots in the war against corruption, I would like to pledge our total commitment and dedication towards this noble cause. And I thank you, Your Excellency, for your visionary leadership. Your Excellency, allow me to thank everybody who has come today to commemorate this day. Your Excellency, it is now my honor and privilege to invite you to address the nation for God and my country.
Her Excellency the Vice President, His Lordship the Chief Justice, the Honorable Ministers, the IGG, and all the other anti-corruption agencies, and members of the Diplomatic Corps, and other invitees here. Right from the beginning, the NRM was very clear about the problem of corruption. This is because some of us who have been lucky to live for a long time had seen this corruption even in the colonial times. At that time, the people of Uganda had no power. No power at all. The power was with the colonial administration. The chiefs they appointed, and the other officials appointed by the colonial system. The people had no power to elect leaders. Therefore, in the 1950s, 1960s, the corruption was mainly concentrated with the chiefs, the policemen, the veterinary officers, the medical, the staff in the medical, and the teachers, school teachers. These were the ones who were taking money, taking bribes, teachers spoiling schoolgirls in school. These were the corruption. That's how some of us started our anti-corruption crusade that time. We fought. Soon after independence, there was some elections, but of course it was not stable, and it was not grassroots. It was not grassroots based. It was member of parliament, councillor. There was no grassroots democracy. Now, because of that, because we had seen this, we had seen that the disconnection was that the people had no voice. Even after independence, when we had elections in 1962, the elections were for a member of parliament and councillor. I think the councillors were also elected. But this would just go away and the village would remain alone with no voice. That's why, therefore, when the NRM came on the scene, we insisted that the people must have their voice. Yes, you can have your members of parliament, you can have your councillors, but the people must have their own voice. They must elect their own government at the village, at the parish, at the sub-county. I don't know why you forget and you keep running around. The answers are there. Why did we? There was already a DC. You remember there was a DC, district commissioner. Why then did we introduce LOC 5? Because there was already DC. DC could run the district. So why LOC 5? This is because we didn't trust the DC. We wanted the people to have their own person. Yes, the DC is there representing the president, but let the people have their own person, elected by them. Then we come to the sub-county. Sub-county, there is a Gombora chief. There was a Gombora chief, there was the sub-county chief. Why then LOC 3 chairperson? Why? Of course, we were aware that we were going to increase costs because we were going to pay the Gombora chief, but also pay the new person called Gombora chief. No, LOC 3. And then down in the village, LOC 1. The whole government there, the whole lineup, which was never there before. So all this we did, I did this because I knew what was happening in the colonial times. I wanted the people to have their own voice. I think the only mistake we made was to introduce educational qualifications, especially for parliament. You must have A level and so on. That's how we caused some distortion. We should have left the people to elect their own person, whether he can speak Acholi only. Let him come to parliament and say, Ruak me Uganda, then they translate for him. I think this was, maybe this could have been the mistake, because this one distorts. You must look for an English speaker who was born in this area but went away. When the elections come, the fellow comes back. I was born here. But I think maybe that was the problem. But still, that cannot answer the whole problem, because you remember in that parliament of 96, your fellows passed a law in parliament here that even the LOC3 chairperson must be A-level. I rejected that bill. You remember I returned it. I rejected it. I said, no, this is too much. So, up to LOC3, there are no educational qualifications. So therefore, the question is why, what you need to answer is why is it that the people who are elected, forget about the other MPs, those MPs are mainly returnees. They are mainly returnees. The ones who were born here, went away, and when a job came, they came back to look for a job. Those are the members of parliament, and the LOC5s. But what I cannot explain is why the LOC3, who is from the people, doesn't care about his people, and yet is elected by them. And they are cheating his people, they are stealing their money, and the money is either part of the stealing or is not doing anything. You should answer that. What is the disconnection? The LOC3 is elected by the people directly, all of them. And there's no educational qualification there. There's no distortion. You can elect somebody who speaks only Kumam, and he will come and Kumamamize those people there. So, what is the problem? Why can't the LOC1, why should people in his village suffer when he's there? You help me answer that disconnection. What is the problem? So, that's and not only did we do that, this democratization was especially for anti-corruption, because there was no other reason. Because if it was administration, we already had the Gombora chief. Administration running the sub-county. We had the Gombora chief. We had the Muruka chief. We had the DC. Why all these additional structures? It was because of what I knew. I'm the one actually who introduced all this. Because I had been involved in the wars in the 1960s. In the 50s, I was young. I was watching, but I was not able. I was still in the primary school and junior secondary. But in the 60s, I started. And that's why I moved this movement. Let the people elect their own voice, parallel to the structure of the government. Then, but that was not enough. So we introduced these other structures also, like this IGG, all these groups we keep creating. The Nakarema group, the what? State House health monitoring unit for health. The Auditor General was already there. That one is an old institution. Then I gave you what in 1989, I wrote a booklet which I gave the army. Corruption is really for three reasons. The first reason is ideological. Because corruption is mainly to get wealth. People want to get wealth without working. So in that booklet, which I wrote in 1989 for the Army, I was able to trace the history of wealth in the human race. The human race has been here for 4.5 million years. You who are educated, you can trace, see how wealth was created. Wealth over all those years. How it was created and sustained. Of course, some of the wealth, even even the people we call wealthy now, some of them got wealth in very bad ways. Slave traders are now very big people. They are the richest in the world, those who are selling slaves. You remember there was a black movement recently in England, actually last year but one, where in the city of Bristol in the UK, where a statue of a slave trader was knocked down by the black people last year. He was in the city of Bristol as a very prominent person. I've forgotten his name. His statue was there and the people pulled it down. So some of the wealth, even especially in the West, is wealth of evil from crime, from the slave trade. But there are examples of wealth which is clean. If you go to countries like Sweden, Norway, they are very rich countries. But there is no history of slavery there or of stealing other people's resources or killing people. So, the NRM people working with you people should show you, like China now. China is coming up as a very rich country. China never colonized anybody. You can trace how the Chinese have been building their wealth in the last 500 years. After they were victims. So while there are bad examples of wealth from stealing, there are also examples of wealth from honest work in the world. So here the NRM, I wrote that booklet in 1989, gave it to the army. So because I could see the army people also were beginning to forget our mission. And that's why I told them this is how the country should be built. You should take interest. So you should take interest in that. The ideology of how you can create wealth, personal wealth, group wealth, national wealth, without stealing. This one you should sort out so that people know what to do. What to do. Not only what to avoid, but also what to do. Because people are stuck. I think sometimes the railways also add some confusion. Because some of them talk of miracle wealth. You go in the church, you pray the whole night, you will be wealthy. You know, I was part of the Scripture Union movement in the 1960s. until I walked out tactically. I went on the side. But at that time, I was fighting with my people in North Ankole, some of whom were saying, look at the birds of the air. They neither sow nor harvest, but God feeds them. It is in the Bible. It is a portion of the Bible. I said, but you are not birds of the air. I was also some sort of a small theologian. I said, you fellows, you are not birds. I don't know what Jesus was saying there. But me, I refused to accept that, because I told them that you are not birds of the air, because you are created on Saturday, after the birds had been created. And you are told, establish dominion over creation. So I refused that line of the religious, the one of miracle. Instead, I used to quote the story of the talents, the parable of the talents. The people who are given the talents, and then some multiplied them, and their master was happy with them. Others did not, and their master was not happy. I decided to emphasize that. Use your talents to create wealth. So this is the first issue. I have not had time to meet this new team of IGG, but it's good you have invited me. I'm now telling all of you. Ideology of how to healthily create wealth. Because that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. Then you can add on other points, lifestyle, how you luxury, those who like values. You can add values. But you must resolve the issue and help to preach one message, please. This is how you create wealth in a clean way. And then the culture of production. Because you see, some of the problem, the people who go for corruption, some of them don't know, they don't have the culture of working. They want wealth, but they don't know how to work. This is where some of us were lucky, because we grew up in wealth creation. I owe nothing to nobody. There's nobody I care about if you try to play around with it, because I owe nothing to you, not even to the government, except peace. If the government brings peace, that's what I need. So you must help people to have the culture of work, to continue to preach that. This should be the NRM doing that, of course, but even you, the agencies, you can do it. The sectors of wealth are there, they are well known. Agriculture of crops, agriculture of livestock, or a combination, mixed farming, services, fisheries. Those sectors are well known. Manufacturing, so that people get the culture of starting small and growing. You saw, you have seen how our Indians were able to build up wealth when they were here, and even when Idi Amin chased them, and they went to Europe and to UK and Canada. They are now the richest people there. The people who took their free shops here are now very poor. Mafuta mingi. They were called Mafuta. They were given free things. You show me where they are now. The Asians who went with nothing now are the richest in UK, in Canada, and so on. They are coming back now, very rich people. So what is the problem? The culture of work. Then spirituality. I'm starting with the other one because even some of the spiritual people don't know how to work. They just talk. But they don't know how to work. Because I used to see them in the 60s. Work is discipline. Talking is easy, but work is actual discipline. It's actual sweat. You sweat. But spirituality is important because I have also seen very many examples. People who think they are very clever, they can cheat, and they will succeed. I have seen many disasters following those people. It's actually a curse. If you get that wealth through corruption, I don't want to give examples of people because it's not good. So many examples. So after the ideology, after the discipline, you must remember that there is God who is up there watching. And I can tell you, he does not bless people who do evil. Even the ones who took slaves, many of them got a lot of problems. That's how eventually we chase them from here. So with these three, ideology, culture of wealth, of wealth creation, honesty, and examples should be given. Examples. You can create many examples in Uganda here. The other day when we were here, I told you about people like the late James Murwana. I told you when we had a function here. There was one of our young fellows who died recently, Brahimu Chivirige. There are others. The one of Africana who was owning Africana here. Now, the Honorable Betty Kamya I fished that girl from the opposition. And I really wooed her from the opposition because she's a very bright person. She was writing very good articles, but on the wrong side. So actually, I'm the one who, I don't normally look for opposition people. I don't care about them because many of them don't have any value addition. But for Betty, I looked for her. One time she wrote a very well written article on the kingship in Ankole. Very well written, but off the point. So I said, this clever, this is very good. This is a personal potential. That's how I got her. And now you can see I didn't make a mistake. You had her presentation, which is spot on. Because she's now saying, I don't know whether she will do it, but she's saying, that after 35 years of NRM, she will do what the others refused to do. Because you remember, the NRM empowered the people to speak for themselves. You elect your own people. The LOC ones, all those people, the structures. But it seems these agencies don't contact them, because if they contacted them, then they would get the facts. Because they are the victims, because that's what Betty Kamya said now here. Say, if you want to know what the problem is, contact the victim of corruption. And who is the victim of corruption? It is the villagers. Either directly talking with them or through their leaders. What I cannot understand is why the leaders of the villagers would not speak for them. What is the problem? Why do they forget their people? Or the LC3 chairperson, why does he not speak for his people? That one you can find out. Now, if for some reason the people who get elected forget their people, then talk directly with the people, because it is the same principle. It is the same principle of, because that's what NRM wanted the victims to speak for themselves. That's why we said, you elect your own people. There is a Gombora chief there, we know him, but no, you elect your own people. LOC3 is the same. Now, what is the problem? Why should there be corruption all over the place? And these people are there, elected by the victims, but the victims don't speak for the victims. What is the problem? But now Betty is now saying, no, she's going to work with the victims directly. Now, the lifestyle audit is good, but be careful, because we are still lucky that our corrupt people are corrupt here. They steal the money, they put it there. You see a 5-star hotel from corruption. Now, if you only concentrate on the lifestyle, then they will take the money out. And you will have no evidence here. It will be another struggle. But you can look at it, lifestyle, yes. But I would like to add, maybe also, what is the problem? Because the money they are stealing is mainly government money. It's not, if you steal my cow, it's a problem for you. I follow you. The corrupt people may try to interfere with me, but I will follow my cow. So the money which is stolen and nobody follows is mainly government money. But this government money, we know where it is coming from. And we know how much each year. So much money is spent on the roads. Which roads? Where are they? So I think the IGG should, okay, there is the Auditor General, but the Auditor General sometimes may be infiltrated also. may be infiltrated by people who cook the audit reports and bring false reports. But the IGG can select, as we have selected some of the big money ministries, and they check. 1 trillion was put on the roads. Where are the roads? But in order to correctly know whether, first, are the roads there? And if the roads are there, are they the right quality? And at the right price? You can cross-check, because you know how much and what was it for. So what happened? Even the ministry, this Ministry of Monitoring in the President's office, that ministry of Peter Ogwang, it can do a lot of work. It can do a lot of work, because you know how much money was given out. So where did it go? So apart from the lifestyle, you add that one. Because those are known facts. So much money to this sector. What is the average cost of a road per kilometer? That's known. The cost of constructing a tarmac road per kilometer. So much. Now, why is it? Why did you build only 1 road instead of 2? Because where did the other money go? So lifestyle, you add also the performance audit. Not paper audit, but results-oriented audit. This method of working with the victims has worked for the NRA. The NRA became very popular with the people because of this method, because we used it. Because the old armies used to violate people's rights, used to kill people, so on. But in the NRA, we always ask the people, have our soldiers disturbed you here in this village? Yes or no? If yes, we look for the one who did it. Recently, our soldiers killed villagers in Somalia, and they were tried on the spot there. Because we interacted with the people. We are even trying to organize Matoput with the Somalis. Matoput is the Banyankole call it Karaba, to have blood settlement. So the NRA has used this connection with the victims. That's why, yes, there are those who make mistakes, and maybe with the new group of leaders who may not know our culture well in the NRA, but we always remind them. That culture worked very well. Where you work with the victims, you can't go wrong. You can't lose touch. Now, apart from the method of performance audit, Toramie has rightly pointed out about the new technological innovations, electronic procurement. We are no longer going to allow this business of person-to-person contact. No. Conduct business through the computer, and the computer will leave the whole track there. All the interaction, all the messages, will be there. That also will definitely help. Now, after I had set up the grassroots structure, really to fight corruption, because there was no other reason. There was no other reason why you should have double government. Gomborora Chief, LC3, DC, RDC, LC5. Why? There was no need. But it was actually to fight corruption. That was the reason. Then, when I created these units, I remembered to try and recruit. We used what we call integrity hunting. We would hunt integrity. And integrity hunting, we were not just advertising and then people come, the one who runs fast is the one who, let's hunt people with integrity. And actually, I used quite a bit. I'm glad the Interreligious Council are here. Because of my history of Scripture Union, I recruited quite a bit from those faith-based cadres. The first one was Stephen Akabwai. I had been with him in the Scripture Union at Ntare. He was 2 years ahead of me. And I had never seen him since 1965. So when I came in the government and we were looking for tax, URA, oh, there were people, this one commissioner, these commissioners. There is a man called Stephen Akabwai. Is he still alive? Oh, they didn't even know him. So I went around with, hey, yes, he's alive. Where is he? He's a deputy headmaster somewhere. Then I said, you bring me Akabwai. So the Akabwai came. He had been a deputy headmaster. The shoe was like this. You know when people are not... You can see people who are not stealing. You can see them. Especially during the time of, who are not stealing during the time of Amin. So I said, Akabwai, I want you to do URA. But I don't know how URA, they will teach you. So I called URA people. You teach Akabwai how to be URA. Because collecting tax is not a big issue. Just not to be a thief, that's all. So that's how Akabwai became. Was he not commissioner? Was he not Commissioner Akabwai? Who is from URA? Huh? What was Akabwai? Come and tell us.
Your Excellency was Commissioner General.
Yes, yes. Then I continued. There are so many cadres from that background. One time there was a Catholic group of Ankole area. The one with the Archbishop Bachenga. And they came, they were talking. I said, no. I said, I don't want you to talk. There is a war. You bring me people to fight. They gave me some people. I put them in the URA. They were there for many years. I don't know how they performed. Nakalema is a Molokore. So I say Nakalema now. Don't just sit here and start shouting. There is a war, you go and fight. She's there struggling, fighting. So, you should audit yourselves because I have really no problem. I'm dying to get faith-based cadres to fight this war. But I think even the faith-based cadres don't know how to link with the victims. I don't know what the problem is. They don't know how to link up with the victims. Because if you did this, the work would be very easy. It's not such a difficult job, really. Because the victims are there. What seems to be happening is that corruption is like AIDS. You know what AIDS does? It takes over your cells. As soon as you create a group, it is infiltrated and it is hijacked and taken over. Yeah. Otherwise, I cannot explain. It's really very easy to fight this corruption because the bet Kamia, Oye Kamia, as usual. Because the victims are there. So, what is the problem? The victims are there. If the victims were far away, in Liberia or something, you would say you don't know. But the victims are here. Why don't you listen to them? I think the problem is that even when we use good cadres, they bureaucratize themselves and get reports from the Kawukumi, which has already infiltrated. That becomes the end of the... That's what Bishop Joshua Reddy was talking about. That's why the people are now skeptical. Say, they are all the same. Because otherwise, the people are there. The victims are there. So, I think Betty can make sure this by linking the faith... There are really some faith-based people who are not corrupt. They are there. But do they know how to work with the victims? I think this may be the issue. Now, then, my political and bureaucratic class. Your Lordship, Chief Justice, help me with my achori, dishing the food. I had picked it in the election, but I forgot. Dishing the food to your, what do we call it? To dish food and you put it on the plate. Give him a microphone near here. Bring him a microphone. Bring that microphone there. Sitting like here.
Your Excellency, food is corn. Corn. Then sauce is deck.
No, to dish out and you put on your plate, to distribute the food.
Poco corn. Poco is to dish out, to distribute.
I have remembered now, in the campaign I was calling it Poco Marom.
Uh-huh.
Poco Marom.
Equal distribution.
Uh-huh.
Equity.
Poko Marom as opposed to Poko Marach.
Poko Marom is equally or equitably.
Very good.
Then Marach is wrong distribution.
So now, thank you very much. Now, for the political, I had forgotten my law. For the political class, and that's what Bishop Reda was talking about. Why our conduct incites, like for instance, the doctors who go on the strike and say, we want more money. And then you say, there is no money. But if there is no money, why is that one getting so much? So, we told you this, I told you this. I said, you people who are clamoring for salaries, you are going to destabilize our system. That's why I refused the salary of the president to be raised. I refused. Because how will you say, tighten your belt when you are loosening yours? You will know it's rukhura. Then you tell others to tighten the belt. So here, we had got a good solution. 1996, but people don't listen. People don't listen. The solution was, there's what they call compression ratio. Compression ratio. In 1996, we appointed a committee which looked around the whole world. And the question was, where there is good governance, how much more does the highest paid get compared to the lowest paid in the public service? And that is what they call compression ratio. And we looked around the whole world, and we found that the best compression ratio was in some countries, I think Sweden or something like that, and it was a ratio of 1 to 10, which means that if the highest is getting 10 million, the lowest must get 1 million. With such a compression ratio, you can manage things. But if you have got a compression ratio of 1,000 to 1, then you incite trouble. And it's good that Bishop Reda has talked about. Of course, me, I refuse it completely, that I will never be part of this blindness to, as long as I'm in charge here for the president. So therefore, that issue should now be sorted out. We should resolve that enough is enough, as the girl was saying, the girl from Bordeaux, that this Poko Marach must stop. We must go for Poko Marom only. Engabula enungi. Engabula enungi. But all these are happening. You are now fighting over money because I have generated money for you. That's why you are fighting. Who will get more money? Who will steal more? Because we have generated money. NRM has generated money for you. How? Three things. Number one, the army. The army, the NRA, UPDF has guaranteed security here in Uganda. So the thieves can steal, the ones who are Poko Marach can do, but there is peace. There is peace. Secondly, we have developed infrastructure. Although there are those who steal, who do this, but still the infrastructure somehow continue improving. The roads, the electricity, education of the children goes on, the schools, the health centers are built. They still, yes, but things still move. And thirdly, the private sector keeps coming. Keeps coming, why? Because of the peace, because of the infrastructure, but also because of the correct policies of pro-private sector policies. And because of that, the economy is growing. So there's more money. So all this money you are quarreling over is money created by the NRM. The economy has grown. It's now bigger. It is more than 40 billion now. It used to be $1 billion. But there's no reason why we should not do things properly now. There's no reason why we should go on with the corruption, with the tension, with what? No. And the economy will grow even much faster if we did not have those distractions. So, therefore, on the narrow issue of corruption, really, this is very easy to deal with. If the anti-corruption people could deal with the victims, finish, there's nothing much. Now, that would leave us only with one issue, the issue of Ladit, Chief Justice, and his group. Because if the victims report the thief and the corruption agencies, which is what Bet Kami was talking about, and then you come, and then we need there we can have a dialogue also with the CJ and the courts once we have clearly refined our strategy of relying on the victims to wage the war. The people we select on integrity hunting basis. You deal with the victims. Then if we found a problem on the side of the courts, then we shall discuss with the CJ, how do we handle this? Because he's here, and he's not in London, he's here with us. And we can discuss and see how to move. So therefore, for me, I don't think this is really a big issue. The issue is ourselves. You have not used, number one, I want to know why the LC1, who are elected by the people, but I think those are ignored. I don't think anybody consults even those. I don't think anybody consults them. The better person I want to find out is why the LC3 chairperson, who is elected by the people, would have things going wrong in his area and he just keeps quiet. And yet he's paid. He's not powerless like the LC1. And then the LC5. Those are the two people. The MP, that one, many of them are returnees. Those ones I wouldn't. If he's a good MP, he can be close with the people, but many of them, but the other ones, the other two. So therefore, this is a subject I know very well, and I knew long ago, in the 1950s, when I was watching those vets, the health staff, like for instance, you see, like my father, Amos Kaguta. Amos Kaguta was somebody, he only read the Iteka. There was a Church of Uganda alphabet booklet. A, E, I, O, U, Wa, Ya, Ba, Pa, Fa, Ma, Da, Ta, Ra, Ha, Ra, Na, Za, Sa, Ga, Ha. That was the Nyankore alphabet. produced by the Church of Uganda. That's the one Kaguta read. And my mother, Esther, read. But Kaguta had syringes, a bomber of injecting cows in his house, in his traditional house, when he was in the traditional houses. He had all the veterinary drugs. There was one veterinary drug known as antricide. Banyankore were calling it kachungwa, because it looked like orange juice. There was the one from Rwanda. You can imagine, cross-border. The one cross-border, I think it was Berener or something. The Banyankore were calling it Kasai because it was red like blood. Then we had the other one, the whitish one, Prosort. Banyankore were calling it Matunda like skimmed milk. Kaguta had all these drugs. Can you imagine Amos Kaguta, the one who did not go to school? He had all these drugs in his house. Buying them from whom? The veterinary people. This business of the veterinary not caring about people's cows, the people having to care for the cows themselves, buying, is from the 1940s, 1950s. There's a boy in Parliament, the boy called, this one who talks a lot, Theodore Sechkubo. That honorable. His father, Sam Mwagarwa, used to go in all these cattle markets, injecting people with penicillin. He was a bush doctor, Sam Mwagarwa. Penicillin from, where do you get penicillin from? It must have been from government stores. So, this is an old war, and the NRM from the beginning gave you a solution, but you should audit for me why this grassroots structure either doesn't work or is not used. Which of the two? Either doesn't work or is not used, the grassroots. Because this is the structure of the victims, which is what Beth has talked about. I think you have made my day today. Thank you very much. The Banyankore say, that if you keep walking, the legs one day will reward you. So by keeping walking, I think now I have landed on Betty. She may help me. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, at this juncture, I would like to request you to go and launch the National Lifestyle Audit Campaign. Your Excellency, you'll be accompanied by the Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity, the IGG, and the deputies. The IGG and the two deputy IGGs. The Minister of Ethics, and the Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity, the IGG, and the two deputy IGGs. And after that, we shall have a photo moment with His Excellency.
share the report of his unit. He has just forgotten. The reports are here. Just remind him that to authorize the sharing. Thank you. Just authorize them,
Okay.
because they are here. Actually,
Okay.
just to give them to us. Yes. Is it the other one? Madam?
Mm.
Is it the other one? Is it the other one? I give the other one there. On his side. Maybe. But he has forgotten. He knows about it. So when he comes to the chair, just advise. They are here. No, we don't. Oh, they are. Yes, yes. They are.
They will be signing. This is openly performing.
You can't do two events at the same time. And remember, she has to announce because as soon as she finishes to sign, they have to explain when she's signing. And they don't do that. He has to have the other group. Then after that is the national anthem. Tagenda kutula. After he speaks, he can't sing.
Our distinguished guests, Your Excellency, the Vice President, our distinguished guests, after the launch of the campaign, of the audit campaign, after the launch of the National Lifestyle Audit Campaign, there will be a photo moment with His Excellency, the President, in two groups. The first group that will take a photo with His Excellency, the President, will be composed of the Minister of Ethics and Integrity, the Inspector General of Government, and the deputies. Then, Your Excellency, I was reminded that you had not authorized the sharing of the report that was given out. But now it is time for the launch of the National Lifestyle Audit Campaign. Then after that, Your Excellency, we request you to have a photo moment with the Minister of Ethics and Integrity, the Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity, the Inspector General of Government, and the two deputies. And then after that, we shall have another photograph with Her Excellency, the Vice President, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, the heads of the anti-corruption agencies, that is the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Auditor General. Please, maybe I would like you, as I read you, to proceed and stand with His Excellency, the President. Then we shall have the Executive Director, Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority, then the head of the Anti-Corruption Unit, State House, the Criminal Investigations Directorate, Director CID, the Internal Security Organization, the Director General, then the Executive Director, Financial Intelligence Authority, then the Chairperson, the Leadership Code Tribunal.
sing after. He's going to break and sing. As he's going to break and sing. Which one? This one who's supposed to sing.
Your Excellency, we thank you. Now I think we can have the anthems. The East African Community Anthem, then Your Excellency, we thank you so much for coming and participating with us in this and presiding over this function. May the Lord bless you. And I thank all who have come. Your Excellency, the Vice President, thank you for coming. I'd like to thank His Lordship, the Chief Justice, all our distinguished guests. Thank you for gracing this occasion. And I'm very sure now from here, time for action. Thank you very much. Thank you, all the anti-corruption agencies here with us. Thank you, the members of the diplomatic corps. Thank you. Thank you, honorable ministers of state. Thank you. I'd like to thank you all, the serving chiefs. Thank you, the National Organizing Committee of this function that organized together with the agencies. Yes, announcement. The IGG staff, please remain behind. There is something in store for you. The staff of IGG, please remain behind. I thank you all for coming. I thank the band. I thank you all the entertainers. Whatever you were not able to present, it was because the time was limited. Thank you so much.